Chapter 1535. A Glimmer of Hope at the Darkest Hour. Ling Xiao had been worried that he wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by the tribe. He didn't expect that the Woodgrain tribe would suddenly agree to trade the Genesis Stone. As long as they asked, it would be easy. They were afraid that the other party wouldn't agree to trade no matter what. They couldn't rob them. What conditions do I have to meet? As long as we can do it, we will try our best to satisfy you. Ling Xiao asked calmly. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "It's easy to say, but it won't be easy to do it." He paused for a while and then said, "You just need to find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. As long as it is willing to provide you with the Genesis Stone, my tribe won't have any objections." Find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree? Isn't it over there? Yang Hai, who didn't speak much, couldn't help but ask. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch stroked his beard and said, "It seems to be right in front of you, but it's actually far away. It depends on your luck." He paused for a while and then said, "How about it? Do you want to try?" "Let's try. It's not a big deal. I've even met the immortal tree and the parasol tree. I don't believe that the 9-colored exquisite divine tree won't meet me." Ling Xiao replied readily. Xiao Ling also said, "I also want to get in touch with the divine tree." "All right, as long as you can find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree and get its approval, you can take the Genesis Stone away for free if you do one thing for my tribe." The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch replied straightforwardly. Ling Xiao looked at the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch's impatient expression and couldn't help but feel that he had fallen into a trap. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to know that he was doubtful. He immediately said, "Little boy Kim people, you don't have to worry. We won't let you take any risks. We just want you to bring a message to the 9-colored exquisite divine tree for our tribe." This time, Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai were even more confused. However, the patriarch of the Woodgrain tribe did not explain. Instead, he waited for Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling to agree. "It's just a message. No problem." Ling Xiao agreed. "What you say doesn't count. It's what this girl says." The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, but he was optimistic about Xiao Ling. The reason why he wanted to keep Xiao Ling alone was because Xiao Ling had the ethereal heart and was the most likely person to get close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Although Ling Xiao had met the Tree of Immortality and the Parasol Tree, they did not think highly of him. Xiao Ling naturally nodded in agreement. As long as she could help Ling Xiao, she would not refuse. The patriarch said, "Good, no matter who finds the 9-colored exquisite tree, remember to tell it whether or not it has abandoned its people. As long as you bring this message, our Woodgrain tribe will reward you handsomely. You will also be honored guests of our Woodgrain tribe. If you can't find it, then you can go back and pretend that you never came to our Woodgrain tribe." "Good. It's a deal." Ling Xiao agreed. Immediately afterward, the patriarch asked Zack to bring Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai out of the house and return to the original grassland. The 9-colored exquisite tree was still flickering with divine light not far away. The waves of divine light gave people a feeling of intoxication and tranquility. Zack opened his mouth and said, "The 9-colored exquisite tree is over there. You can go. If you can talk to it, then your mission will be considered completed." "Is that simple? Brother Ling Xiao, let's go." Xiao Ling shouted excitedly. Zack showed a rare smile to Xiao Ling and said, "Little girl, although the divine tree is in front of you, you must put your heart into it to find it. The fate of our tribe is in your hands." After hearing this, Ling Xiao became even more puzzled. His green eyes focused on the 9-colored exquisite tree, but he still couldn't find anything unusual. After Zack left, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai, "Old Yang, what's going on?" Yang Hai spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I don't know either, but I don't think they will lie to us." "All right, then let's go and see what's so special about this divine tree," Ling Xiao said. Then he took the lead and led Xiao Ling and Yang Hai in that direction. Seeing that the 9-colored exquisite tree was not far away, and with their speed, they should be able to reach it in less than a quarter of an hour. However, something strange happened. They walked for a full hour, but there was still a distance between them and the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was as if they had been walking on the same spot, and had never gotten close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Ling Xiao and the other two began to notice this abnormality, and they all began to become a little anxious. "Brother Ling Xiao, what's going on? Why can't we get close to it?" Xiao Ling asked in confusion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't understand what's going on either. Maybe it looks close, but it's actually very far away from us. Let's try flying over directly." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Ling's hand and flew forward at an accelerated speed. Yang Hai immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. They were still flying on the grassland, and the 9-colored exquisite tree was still emitting waves of divine light not far away. "It seems that something is really strange. We can't go on like this." Ling Xiao stopped and said, "Peak Lord, we need to think of another way. We can't go on like this." Yang Hai frowned slightly and said, "At this time, they were already far away from the Wood Grain Tribe's territory. If they flew any further, they wouldn't know where they would end up." "Brother Ling Xiao, didn't that uncle just say to use his heart to sense it? We can also give it a try," Xiao Ling suggested. "You're right, we might have been bewitched. If we use our heart to sense the 9-colored exquisite tree, we might really be able to find its existence." Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. After saying that, the three of them closed their eyes and began to use their divine sense to scan their surroundings, feeling for the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, Ling Xiao found that this place was the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. The grass, the flowers, the little spiritual creatures, everything was there. Even the 9-colored exquisite tree was there. There was nothing out of the ordinary. If Elder Lu was here, it wouldn't be so strenuous. He would definitely be able to help me sense it. Ling Xiao murmured as he opened his eyes. At this time, he looked to the side and found that Xiao Ling, who was originally beside him, had disappeared. Only Yang Hai was still in the same place. Ling Xiao's expression instantly changed and immediately shouted at Yang Hai, "Old Yang, where did Ling Er go?" Yang Hai looked around and then anxiously replied, He was just here a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear?" Ling Xiao instantly became furious. Could it be that the Wood Grain Tribe is behind this? Yang Hai immediately waved his hand and said, "No, it can't be. They have always been straightforward. They wouldn't resort to such schemes." Yang Hai was afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage. That would be troublesome. This was the Wood Grain Tribe's territory. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to act violently here. However, Yang Hai didn't want any conflict between Ling Xiao and the Wood Grain Tribe. If it wasn't for them, who else could silently kidnap someone in front of us? They must have taken a liking to Ling Er's ethereal body. "No, I will definitely go to them and ask for her," Ling Xiao said angrily. He had already noticed that the Wood Grain Tribe had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Ling. They made such a request to confuse him and then kidnap Xiao Ling. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the Wood Grain Tribe's side, Yang Hai stopped him and said, "Peak Lord, don't worry. This must be a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? There's clearly a conspiracy here. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? The Wood Grain Tribe wants us to find the 9-colored exquisite god tree, but they have been with the tree for generations. It's impossible for them to not know of its existence. They don't even need us to bring them a message. This is definitely a trap. Ling Xiao angrily shouted. Then he turned to Yang Hai and said, "Old Yang, go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." Ling Xiao's love for Xiao Ling was like that of his own younger sister. He absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. This was the reason why he was so angry. Yang Hai didn't move aside and continued, "Peak Lord, you must believe me. The Wood Grain Tribe absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Let's go back and talk to them. If anything happens to young Lady Ling Er, I, Yang Hai, am willing to pay with my life." Yang Hai understood the people of the Wood Grain Tribe, so he spoke resolutely. Ling Zhao's face darkened. He couldn't say anything to Yang Hai. After all, from Yang Hai's words, it proved that Yang Hai trusted the Wood Grain tribe completely. It made him feel uncomfortable. It was hard to accept that his own follower trusted someone else unconditionally and didn't stand on his side. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Yang Hai and was about to return to the Wood Grain race to ask for an explanation. At this moment, Yang Hai said, "Peak Lord, think about it. With our competence, even if a high-level incipient God Realm expert were here, he wouldn't be able to take young Lady Ling Air away without us noticing. It doesn't make sense. What do you want to say?" Ling Xiao frowned. After he calmed down, he thought that Yang Hai's words made sense. His perception was indeed higher than his own, but it was impossible for him to easily kidnap someone from his side. "I think it's the 9-colored exquisite trees doing," Yang Hai guessed anxiously. "The 9-colored exquisite holy tree?" Ling Xiao looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree and mumbled, "That's right. If it wasn't for it, who else could have taken Miss Linger away without anyone noticing?" Yang Hai immediately replied. Yang Hai looked at Ling Xiao with hope in his eyes. He really hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't blame the Wood Grain tribe. Ling Xiao contemplated for a while, and then said, "Perhaps you're right. There's something strange here. The 9-colored exquisite tree could have taken Ling Air away. Perhaps she has seen it already." After thinking about this, Ling Xiao felt that he had wronged Yang Hai. He apologized. "I'm sorry, old Yang. I was a little impatient. I misunderstood you." Chapter 1536. One of Ling Xiao's strengths was that he knew how to correct his mistakes. Even when it came to his own followers, Ling Xiao would never let them suffer for no reason. Yang Hai waved his hand. "Peak Lord is just concerned about Miss Ling Air. It's nothing. Then how about this, you go back and talk to the Wood Grain race about this. Even if they didn't do it, they must have something to do with it. I'll look around here. If I can't find anything, we'll go back and meet up," Ling Xiao said. Yang Hai also knew that Ling Xiao was right. The Wood Grain race definitely knew what was going on. He nodded and comforted Ling Xiao. "Peak Lord, don't worry. Miss Ling Air should be fine." After saying that, he immediately flew back the way he came. Could it be that the 9-colored exquisite tree really took Ling Air away? Ling Xiao stopped in place and looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree not far away, falling into deep thought. His divine sense kept scanning, but he still didn't find anything. He closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, he didn't see Xiao Ling again. What should I do? Do I really have to go back and find the Wood Grain race to settle the score? Ling Xiao said anxiously. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and slapped the back of his head, then exclaimed, "That's right. Although I don't have old Lu following me, I still have a third of his heart. I believe he can sense the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree." Then, he took out the third of the undying heart and carefully held it in his hand. He circulated his wood attribute energy and closely connected with it. The reason why Ling Xiao had a pure wood attribute body was because he had once been one with old Lu. He had unknowingly been contaminated with a strong undying qi. When Ling Xiao's wood attribute energy resonated with the undying heart, something strange happened. The 1/3 of the undying heart turned into a ball of energy and quietly entered his heart, disappearing without a trace. When Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. A stream of pure immortal qi started to spread out from his heart, nourishing all the muscles in his body. That vigorous vitality was so strong that Ling Xiao felt completely comfortable. "I can't believe I've absorbed the power of the undying heart. Now, I have nothing to exchange with the Wood Grain race." Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. To ordinary warriors, 1/3 of the immortal heart could increase their power. However, Ling Xiao was an incipient God Realm expert, so he needed to absorb a massive amount of energy. And when LV1 gave him the immortal heart, he had just reached level 10. He hadn't even reached level 11. Thus, the energy wasn't a big deal to Ling Xiao. The magical effect of the undying heart was the power of the undying heart. In the future, even if Ling Xiao was killed by someone, even if his head and soul exploded, as long as there was a strand of his flesh and blood left, he could still use the immortal qi to rebuild his body and come back to life. It was the real magical effect of the undying heart. It was like giving Ling Xiao a chance to live. When Ling Xiao completely digested the power of the undying heart, he immediately felt an inexplicable power descend upon his body. It seemed that he was drawn by some kind of power, as if he had entered a space array or a space gate. The next moment he was in another place. Flows of desolate qi swarmed around him. Cold winds howled and howled. The grass on the ground had become a dead land. Rocks and dust were everywhere. It was like a dead land. Where is this? Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked himself. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Xiao Ling? Ling Air. Ling Xiao shouted in surprise. Then, he rushed in the direction of Xiao Ling. Brother Ling Xiao, you are here too. Xiao Ling looked back and shouted in surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. Well, how did you get here? Ling Xiao was relieved to see Xiao Ling and asked casually. I don't know. I just closed my eyes and wanted to see the colorful tree. Then I appeared here. I didn't see Brother Ling Xiao, so I felt a little scared. Xiao Ling came to Ling Xiao's side and said, So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied and began to look around. He found that apart from the desolation of this dead land, there was no sign of life in it. However, there was a cluster of 9-colored divine light above it. In addition, there was also a dark cloud mixed within the 9-colored divine light. It seemed to be competing with the 9-colored divine light, and the dark cloud had already gained the upper hand. The 9-colored divine light seemed to be bitterly holding on, and it was likely that it would be completely devoured by the dark cloud sooner or later. Brother Ling Xiao, I felt that I was called here by someone, but I didn't see that person when I came here. It's really strange. Xiao Ling whispered, holding Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and did not say anything. He had already sensed some clues. This place was probably related to the colorful tree. Because he had absorbed the undying heart, he had some sense between the undying tree and other sacred trees. That sense was extremely intense and sensitive here. The colorful tree, you must be here, right? Ling Xiao looked around the strange space and asked. Ling Xiao's words echoed in this place, but there was no response. Xiao Ling was also looking around. His big eyes kept rolling, and he was very nervous and expectant. Did I sense wrong? Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Swoosh! Suddenly, a beam of 9-colored divine light shot down from above. Ling Xiao protected Xiao Ling behind him and stared at the 9-colored divine light vigilantly. The 9-colored divine light converged into a human figure, which gradually became clearer. It was a beautiful woman in a 9-colored divine light. Her facial features and body were no different from a human, but her limbs looked like many branches and roots. Obviously, she was a tree ant. Ling Xiao was sure that this should be the tree spirit of the colorful tree. You should be the colorful tree, right? Ling Xiao asked. The colorful exquisite dragon looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with a complicated expression, and finally fixed her eyes on Ling Xiao and said, Human, how can you have such a strong undying qi? Ling Xiao replied directly. Because I have seen the undying tree, and it even nurtured it in my sea of consciousness for a period of time. The colorful exquisite dragon's beautiful eyes stared straight at Ling Xiao's heart, and her face changed a few times in an instant before she sighed and said, It seems that the undying old man really stayed with you, but it is really your great fortune that it was able to give you 1/3 of its undying heart. Hehe, I and the undying tree are friends. Ling Xiao responded with a smile, and then he said to the colorful exquisite dragon, Actually, we came here. Before he could finish, the colorful exquisite dragon interrupted him. You don't have to say it, I know. You need the Genesis stone, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, That's right. The colorful exquisite dragon really had the power of an exquisite dragon. He didn't even say a word, but it actually saw through him. In front of it, he really didn't have any secrets. I have the Genesis stone, but I can't give it to you. The colorful exquisite dragon directly refused. Is there no room for discussion? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. There is room for discussion. The key is that you are not qualified, you are too weak. If you didn't have the power of the undying heart to sense this place, you would never have been able to come to my world. That girl with the ethereal body is too weak. What a pity! The colorful, exquisite dragon revealed a bit of sadness. Don't look at my strength. I am not careless when it comes to doing things. Tell me, what conditions do you have? As long as I can get it, I will definitely do it for you. Ling Xiao patted his chest and asked. Xiao Ling said, That's right. My brother Ling Xiao is very powerful. Don't underestimate him. The colorful, exquisite dragon raised its head and pointed to the dark clouds above and said, Do you see those black things? They are the heaven-devouring locust. There is no plant in this world that they can't devour. Even a divine tree with a tree spirit like us can't stop them. It won't be long before I will be devoured by them. If you can help me get rid of them, I don't mind giving you a piece of the Genesis Stone. Unfortunately, I need the Genesis Stone to maintain my life. One less piece means one less support for me, and I might not be able to hold on at any time. Heaven-devouring locust. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat moved expression as he exclaimed. This was a legendary desolate beast insect. It was said to have been extinct in ancient times, but he didn't expect it to still exist. They were social beasts, and their numbers were not ordinary, but extremely large. Usually, there would be millions or even tens of millions of them. In the historical records, there were at most tens of billions of heaven-devouring locusts that appeared. In less than a month, they directly devoured all the spiritual things in an ancient mountain range. That time was called the heaven-devouring locust disaster. Since then, everyone's expression changed when they talked about the heaven-devouring locust. Although they were most interested in plants, wherever they went, even if it was a place where humans lived, they would not be able to withstand this disaster. This was because they could even directly devour humans. This was because the danger of the heaven-devouring locust was too great. If they were allowed to grow and multiply, there would absolutely be no creatures left in the heaven territory. Thus, the ancient supreme incipient god realm experts joined hands with many beast clans to carry out a battle against these heaven-devouring locusts. It was also called the Locust Extermination War that the heaven-devouring locust was eliminated. They were not allowed to continue to exist and harm the world. Unexpectedly, when Ling Xiao and the colorful exquisite dragon met for the first time, he heard about this extinct desolate insect. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. What? Are you afraid? I don't think you have the courage to challenge them. The colorful exquisite dragon revealed a bit of desolation as she spoke. She didn't know how many years she had been tortured by the heaven-devouring locust. If she didn't have endless power, she would have been devoured long ago. Chapter 1537. Hee. Afraid? I've never been afraid of anything. Isn't it just the heaven-devouring locust? I'll help you destroy them. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and said with a smile, Don't try to show off. Since you know about the heaven-devouring locust, you should know how terrifying they are. They don't even dare to provoke humans who are stronger than you. With your current strength, don't even think about dealing with them. You'll just be throwing your life away. Nine-colored exquisite said, I think you should believe me. Since you know that you can't hold on any longer, why don't you let me help you? You should know that I'm not lying. I sincerely want to help you. Ling Xiao said very sincerely. The nine-colored exquisite dragon could see through his thoughts and could determine whether his words were true or false. Although the heaven-devouring locust was terrifying, they had been killed before. This proved that they also had a weakness. As long as this weakness was grasped, they would definitely be destroyed. Nine-colored exquisite could indeed feel Ling Xiao's strong confidence and the sincerity of his words. This made it wonder where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Tell me, how are you going to help me? If you can give me a reason, I'll agree to your request. Nine-colored exquisite said with some wavering. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and spread out his palm. A flame instantly floated and danced in his palm. No matter how powerful the heaven-devouring locust is, they can't withstand fire attacks, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Nine-colored exquisite laughed and said, Hee. Don't you know that their numbers are extremely shocking? It's not just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that are gnawing at my tree trunk, but tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. Even if there are a few more humans like you won't be able to help me even if you use fire attacks. In the end, I'm afraid that you will only end up being gnawed to death by them. Tens of millions. Ling Xiao instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed softly. He really did not expect that there would be so many of them, and that the 9-colored exquisite tree had the ability to block them and not be instantly devoured. That's right. If it wasn't for the 9-colored divine light that I've accumulated for 1,000,000 years, I would have been devoured by them. They're too terrifying. The 9-colored exquisite dragon sighed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "Are they up there? Why do I feel like it's so far away?" "I was originally quite far away from you, on another land space outside the realm. What you see now is just me inside a tree root here," the 9-colored exquisite dragon replied. Ling Xiao was completely speechless. It turned out that they were inside one of the 9-colored exquisite tree roots. It was truly unimaginable. The 9-colored exquisite tree was not in the heaven realm, but in another land outside the realm. No wonder they felt it was very close, but in reality, it was very far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. So this was the root of all this. It seemed that the woodgrain race had only been guarding a single root of the 9-color exquisite. However, it had also infected them with the exquisite chi, giving them different abilities. As for the reason why the 9-colored exquisite dragon didn't ask the wood grain race for help, it was presumably because the wood grain race had the wood attribute. They couldn't help it at all and would instead send them to their deaths. This was because the heaven-devouring locusts were almost immune to the power of the wood attribute. Moreover, they were even more interested in the wood grain race who were infected with wood chi, and even killed them. Tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts are really troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed. "It's good that you know. All right, since you've come here, I'll give you some opportunities as a return gift." The 9-colored exquisite dragon didn't want to continue this discussion. So after saying this, it sent a ray of 9-colored divine light to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling felt an inexplicable power being added to their bodies, giving them an indescribable feeling. In particular, Xiao Ling's body actually burst forth with a powerful 9-colored divine light. Her whole body floated up, and a mysterious power constantly flashed in her heart. The ethereal body is indeed the most compatible with my exquisite chi. In the future, you will have the divine ability to steal people's hearts. I hope you can continue to maintain an ethereal heart. After saying this, the 9-colored exquisite dragon's figure began to fade, as if it was about to disappear. "Don't go yet. Those old grandpas have a message for you. They said that you have forgotten about their people." Xiao Ling remembered the wood grain race's words and said to the 9-colored exquisite dragon, "What difference does it make whether I remember them or not? They are too stubborn and have always been so stubborn that their bodies have mutated. If it weren't for the fact that I can't protect myself right now, I could still help them. What a pity." The 9-colored exquisite dragon sighed. "9-colored exquisite dragon, don't go yet. How can I find you? I have a way to help you." Ling Xiao came back to his senses and exclaimed. The 9-colored exquisite dragon's body was about to disappear. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, it once again burst forth with a bit of power and shot a bit of energy towards Ling Xiao, saying, "This is my exquisite leaf. If you really have a way, when you reach the outer realm, it will guide you to find me. Remember, I don't have much time left. At most, I can only hold on for 100 years. If you really want to help me, then hurry up." As it finished speaking, the 9-colored exquisite dragon had already disappeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling's location also began to change. They returned to the grassland once again, and they still saw the divine tree that was emitting 9-colored divine light not far away. It should be the tree's root, and it was just a reflection of the 9-colored exquisite tree. It didn't exist on this land. Ling Xiao only felt that everything that had just happened was so unreal. Only when he held the exquisite leaf in his hand did he feel that everything that had just happened was real. Brother Ling Xiao, that exquisite tree is so pitiful. We must help it. Xiao Ling shook Ling Xiao's arm and begged. Ling Xiao showed a determined face and nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely help it. For the Genesis Stone, even if Ling Xiao had to go up to heaven or down to earth, he would find a way to do it. Moreover, he already had a plan. As long as he prepared and went to outer space, he would be able to help the 9-colored exquisite tree. Right at this moment, Yang Hai brought the chief of the Wood Grain clan and some other incipient God Realm experts to them. Peak Lord, Miss Ling Er, are you okay? Yang Hai screamed not far from them. We're okay, answered Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Wood Grain clan's warriors looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with astonishment. The chief of the Wood Grain clan asked directly, You must have seen the divine tree, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the exquisite aura. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling nodded to show their agreement. The exquisite aura of the old men of the Wood Grain clan in front of them wasn't weak. Even if they didn't say anything, they could sense the changes in their hearts and knew what had happened. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to sense the telepathic ability that they were pulling. As long as he wanted to avoid these sensing powers, he would be able to do so. At the same time, he also discovered that he had a similar ability, but it was not as strong as theirs. For example, when he looked at Yang Hai, he could feel Yang Hai's sincere worry, and he was glad that the two of them were safe. All of these feelings made him feel strangely magical. Xiao Ling said, Grandpas, the exquisite divine tree situation isn't good. It can't contact you now. Don't blame it. How could we blame it? It's our God. We're willing to sacrifice everything for it. The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked sincere. Then the chief of the Wood Grain clan asked anxiously, You said it's not good? What's going on? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. It has already asked my brother Ling Xiao to help it. You can just wait patiently. My brother Ling Xiao will help it solve its problems. When the time comes, it will return to you. Xiao Ling said very seriously. The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable doubt. They couldn't understand. The colorful exquisite tree was a divine tree that they revered. It was the tree that their Wood Grain clan relied on to survive. Why would an outsider suddenly help it solve its problems? However, they could feel that Xiao Ling wasn't lying. Ling Xiao spread out the exquisite leaf in his hand and said, It's indeed in some trouble. I'm the only one who can help it, so it entrusted it to me. With the exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand, the old men of the Wood Grain clan completely believed in Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. The way they looked at the two of them became much friendlier and more enthusiastic. If you can help the divine tree solve its problem, you will be the benefactor of our Wood Grain clan. We will listen to you at that time, said the chief of the Wood Grain clan solemnly. In their eyes, the colorful exquisite tree was their support. If Ling Xiao could help it, it was the same as helping them. It was reasonable for him to say so. You're too polite. I'm just doing it for the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao replied humbly. Right after that, the old men of the Wood Grain clan invited Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling back to their place of residence. They also asked someone to bring them the top-quality milk of the tree for them to drink. The old men of the Wood Grain clan even called the representatives of their clansmen to introduce them to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. It meant that Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had won the friendship of the Wood Grain clan. This friendship even surpassed the friendship between Yang Hai and the Wood Grain race, causing Yang Hai to be incomparably envious of them. Eventually, under their invitation, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling stayed for a few days to see the customs of the Wood Grain clan. They also traded some daily necessities and divine items. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had the exquisite qi, so they could get along well with any member of the Wood Grain clan. This increased the number of powerful allies Ling Xiao had in the Heaven territory. Chapter 1538. Ling Xiao's group stayed in the Wood Grain clan for a few days and then bid farewell. It was useless for them to stay here. It was better to solve the 9-colored exquisite trees problem as soon as possible. Obtaining the Genesis Stone was more important. When Ling Xiao's group left, the patriarch of the Wood Grain clan personally escorted them out of the clan. It showed how much they valued Ling Xiao's group. Ling Zhao's group returned with satisfaction. Although they didn't get the Genesis Stone, knowing its whereabouts gave them a glimmer of hope. Moreover, they had exchanged many wood-class divine treasures from the Wood Grain clan, which was also a big harvest. The one who benefited the most was Xiao Ling. Her ethereal body had an innate affinity with the nine-colored exquisite tree. With the nourishment of the exquisite qi, she now possessed a powerful exquisite heart that could discern the thoughts of others. She now possessed a consciousness that was far ahead of others. Ling Xiao also had the exquisite aura. Unfortunately, his heart was occupied by the power of the immortal tree, so he couldn't absorb 1/3 of the exquisite aura. He could only recognize the good and evil thoughts of others. Of course, if he encountered a martial artist with average strength, he would be able to guess the other party's thoughts. This was already considered a very good harvest. Ling Xiao took Xiao Ling and Yang Hai back to the Dragon Gate to report. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted the wood-class Genesis Stone, he must go to outer space. The journey to outer space was extremely dangerous. He must prepare well in advance to know more about the situation in outer space before taking action. On the way, Ling Xiao asked Xiao Ling if she wanted to go back to the Xiao family. That girl was worried about her grandfather, so she decided to stay in the Sky Dragon area to find him. Ling Xiao promised Xiao Ling that after he returned to the Dragon Gate, he would use the power of the Dragon Gate and his supreme alchemy to spread the news and find Xiao Feng's whereabouts everywhere in the Sky Dragon area. He had to help Xiao Ling find Xiao Feng and fulfill Xiao Ling's wish. Xiao Ling listened to Ling Zhao's words and felt happy. While Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, he secretly kissed Ling Zhao's cheek, which made Ling Xiao blush. This rascal wasn't shy. He just thought that Xiao Ling's kiss was pure and didn't have any other thoughts. Xiao Ling knew his thoughts. Xiao Ling said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you want Ling Heir to kiss you a few more times?" Ling Zhao's old face blushed as he coughed lightly and said, "Ling Heir, what are you thinking? Brother Ling Xiao, don't be shy. Ling Heir also wants to kiss you. I'm just afraid that Brother Ling Xiao will be angry." Xiao Ling blinked his big eyes and said. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao almost fell from the ghost's back. He swore that he had always regarded Xiao Ling as his little sister. He absolutely didn't have any crooked thoughts. Xiao Ling's words made him feel even more ashamed. It was as if he was a criminal who kidnapped and sold young girls. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fly alone. He didn't dare to ride with Xiao Ling anymore. The feeling of having one's thoughts seen through was too uncomfortable. Yang Hai was originally snickering nearby. However, after Xiao Ling said a few things that he was thinking about, his expression changed greatly. He immediately cupped his hands and begged for mercy. He also distanced himself from Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling sat on the ghost's back and happily let out a series of bell-like laughter that echoed endlessly in the outer domain. After Ling Xiao and the others rushed back to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao immediately asked Chang Haoyou to look for Xiao Feng on his behalf. Xiao Ling stayed on his peak to accompany his mother and her woman. Meanwhile, he immediately returned to the clan to report the harvest of the Woodgrain tribe. The news of Ling Zhao's return had been sent to the clan immediately. As soon as he landed, Ling Bo had asked someone to call him to the conference hall. When Ling Xiao arrived at the conference hall, it was already filled with the founding elders of the Kim people. They all looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation, hoping that Ling Xiao could bring them good news. Ling Xiao glanced at them and shook his head with a sigh. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't get any Genesis Stone." Sigh. Instantly, the founding elders of the Kim people heaved a heavy sigh. Their faces were filled with disappointment. Each Genesis Stone is the most important divine item of the big forces. If there isn't an extra one, no one will take it out to trade. Ling Bo sighed. Ling Qiu also agreed. That's right. It seems that it's too difficult to collect all 9 Genesis Stones. I think we should go to the Xianling continent and rescue the forefather. In fact, with the forefather's divine power, it's absolutely easy for him to get out of this predicament. The reason why he doesn't want to leave is because he doesn't want to destroy the Xianling continent. That's our ancestral land. The forefather's nostalgia is not something we can understand. Ling Bo said. Everyone present looked disheartened. Obviously, their confidence in collecting all the Genesis stones had been shaken. At this time, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Although I didn't get any Genesis stones, I know where to find the wood-type Genesis stone. However, this matter is a little difficult. I have to do it personally." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at him, and all of them had excited expressions on their faces. "Is this true?" Ling Bo asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, but I have to go to outer space myself." "No, you're still weak. You can't protect yourself in outer space. You can ask anyone here to do this. You can't take risks." Ling Qiu immediately stopped him. The others agreed and advised Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. It would be better to ask one of them to do this. After all, Ling Xiao's identity wasn't the same as before. He couldn't take risks easily. He wasn't only the only supreme alchemist of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. He was also the supreme alchemist of the Sky Dragon territory. Since he had become the supreme alchemist, the Dragon Gate didn't have any internal strife or opposition to the Kim people's power. It was a peaceful scene. Moreover, there were many people outside the Dragon Gate who wanted to join them. There were many King God Realm experts and even half-incipient God Realm experts. They all came because of Ling Xiao's name. In just a few years, the Dragon Gate's prestige had doubled again. Their power had increased again. Almost no force in the Sky Dragon territory couldn't compare to them. Ling Xiao had expected such a situation. He said calmly, "This matter is related to the 9-colored exquisite tree. As long as I can complete its task, I can get the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Except for me, it's useless if any of you go." For a moment, everyone was bewildered. They didn't expect that this matter was related to the 9-colored exquisite tree. They became hesitant. They all wanted to go to outer space to find it for Ling Xiao. However, if it was related to the 9-colored exquisite tree, they wouldn't be able to do it. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't tell them the danger of the 9-colored exquisite tree was that the heaven-devouring locusts were too intimidating. If they knew that he was going to destroy the heaven-devouring locusts, they would definitely try their best to stop him. They wouldn't allow him to take risks. Although his ancestor's life was important, Ling Xiao's importance wasn't less than his ancestors'. "Elders, actually, you don't need to worry. Perhaps you don't know my competence. Today I will show you my power. Except for high-level supreme experts, no one can deal with me, Ling Xiao." To ease their worries, Ling Xiao summoned his God Soul clone. Both his real body and clone released their auras at the same time, causing the entire conference hall to shake. The others looked at Ling Xiao's clone and screamed in astonishment. Mid-level supreme expert, incipient God Realm. They always knew that Ling Xiao had a body and God Soul, but not everyone knew that Ling Xiao's God Soul was even stronger than his real body. It had reached the level of mid-level supreme expert, incipient God Realm. "I won't be going there alone. I'll be bringing Dragon 5th and my new mount, the Ghost Soul. They're all at the mid-level of the 11th level. I believe that even if we encounter a high-level supreme martial artist or some other difficulties, they'll be able to overcome them. Clan leader and elders, please allow me to go to the outer realm." The competence that Ling Xiao had shown had far surpassed many of them. Their faces were happy, envious, and complicated. They had lived for tens of thousands of years to reach their current cultivation base. However, Ling Xiao was still so young, but he had already reached their level. He had even surpassed them in other areas. They couldn't imagine how he did it. What else could the people present say? With Ling Xiao's strength, he was much more confident than anyone else in the outer realm. After all, he still had the protection of a mid-tier 11th step true dragon divine beast. Alright, if Xiao is so confident, let's talk about it. Let's see if we should let him go to outer space. Ling Bo smiled happily. Ling Xiao didn't choose to stay here and enjoy the feeling of being above tens of thousands of people just because he had a high achievement. Quite the contrary, he proactively asked to do these dangerous things. Only the experts could have such a disposition. No wonder why he could reach this step at such a young age. His achievement wasn't by chance. Just as Ling Bo finished speaking, Ling Qiu took over and said, "Then let Xiao Air go." A true dragon has to travel between heaven and earth in order to display its divine might. Xiao Heir is no longer trapped in a mere heavenly realm. He should go to outer space, shake the outer space, and spread the might of our Kim people. Following Ling Xiao's approval, the others didn't have any objections. The path to outer space was dangerous, but Ling Xiao's strength was enough to protect himself. Let him go to outer space and broaden his horizons. Hearing that everyone was willing to let him go to outer space, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The outer space was filled with many unknown things. There were many terrifying and inexplicable dangers, but at the same time, there were huge opportunities. Misfortune and fortune would always coexist. This kind of challenge was what Ling Xiao liked the most. At his level, if he continued to stay in the heavenly realm, he would have to cultivate for a long period of time. It would be better to take the opportunity to see the outer space and fight for opportunities. Chapter 1539. At the end of the meeting, Ling Bo dismissed most of the people, leaving only Ling Qiu and Ling Xiao. He still had some things to tell Ling Xiao. Shower, since you want to explore the outer realm, we'll tell you about the situation there, so that you won't be able to turn back if you go the wrong way, Ling Bo said. Ling Qiu also said from the side, "That's right. The outer realm is full of blessings and misfortunes, but most people have more misfortunes than blessings. All of this will depend on your own luck." Ling Xiao respectfully replied to the two elders, "I also want to know about the situation in the outer realm. Patriarch and Great Elder, please tell me." The two of them liked Ling Xiao's attitude from the bottom of their hearts. He was neither arrogant nor rash. This kind of character was the kind of character that would accomplish great things. Thus, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu respectively told Ling Xiao about the general situation of the outer realm. At the beginning, what they said was similar to what Ling Xiao had heard from Yang Hai. All kinds of strange spaces and creatures emerged one after another. Besides that, Ling Xiao finally heard some useful information. That was, after countless ancestors had explored the outer realm, they had finally found 4 paths to the outer realm. They were the east, south, west, and north. These 4 paths had been taken by many supremes and incipient god realm experts. They had searched every space, and all kinds of dangers had been reduced to the minimum. They could continue to explore these 4 directions, open new paths, and find new divine items. In addition, there were many powerful human races that once belonged to the heaven realm that had already developed outside the heaven realm. They found new living space and occupied it as their territory. They moved their clans and settled there for generations, developing into a new place of survival. Among them, the Winged Man tribe in the Sky Dragon area was one of the representatives. They had found a suitable place to live and develop in the outer realm. Thus, only a small number of their clansmen stayed in the heaven realm. Most of them had gone to the outer realm. Of course, besides the Winged Man tribe, the Demon Tiger tribe in the Heaven Tiger territory had occupied the outer space a long time ago. Also, some incipient god realm experts who had been wandering in the outer space since the antiquity also had a place to settle down. There were many places that didn't belong to a single clan. Many incipient god realm experts from the antiquity time or even the antiquity time had moved there. After so many years, they had procreated their descendants, which had made those continents very prosperous with many experts. They didn't belong to the heaven territory for a long time. People in the heaven territory called them the foreigners. The reason why they had chosen to live in outer space was that they had found a much better living condition than in the heaven territory. Moreover, many of the incipient god realm experts had fled to outer space to avoid their enemies. They had no choice but to live in outer space. In short, there were many people with different ideas. As more and more outer realms were discovered, more and more people were living in the outer realm. There were some famous lands on the star roads in the 4 directions. The existence of these lands was also a place for the incipient god realm experts who had left the heaven realm to explore the outer realm to have a rest. Otherwise, if they had to travel endlessly in the outer realm, the lonely journey would drive them crazy. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had repeatedly warned Ling Xiao that apart from completing the missions given by the 9-colored exquisite tree in the outer realm, he had to keep a low profile and avoid all kinds of temptations. He absolutely could not put himself in danger and do those dangerous things. Anyway, many incipient God realm experts couldn't resist the temptations. They wanted to compete for the supreme divine materials. That was why they had fallen. Ling Xiao kept their words in mind. He understood that his journey this time would be really tough. He had to prepare well before heading to the outer realm. Many ancestors of my clan have gone to the outer realm. Many of them were at the middle or high level. They didn't want to stay in the heaven realm. They went to the outer realm to search for the treasures. More than half of them were killed. Less than half of them went to the outer realm and didn't come back. Only a few of them came back. They don't want to travel the outer realm anymore. Otherwise, you could ask them to show you the way. Sighed Ling Bo. It's true. The outer realm is extremely dangerous. It's also the path for the incipient God realm experts to compete for hegemony. Most of the experts on the Supreme God list have gone to the outer realm. So you have to be careful. Also, you have to pay attention to the Demon Tiger tribe, the Winged Man tribe, the Man-Eater tribe. These brutal clans. They are the pirates of the outer realm. Once they find the divine treasures, they will take them for themselves. As you're a member of our Kim people, you have to be more careful. Our fellows used to have many battles with them. They are our enemies. If you go there alone, you can't use your loyalty, advised Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded deeply. Chief, Great Elder, don't worry. I will come back smoothly this time. Then it's good. I'm going to take you to the place where the clan records are. Many precursors of our clan are wandering in the outer realm. If you can meet them, perhaps they can give you a hand. I hope that you can come back with them, said Ling Bo. Right after that, Shi Yan and Ling Xiao took Ling Xiao to the forbidden land of the Kim people. This forbidden land was built by some incipient God realm experts. Only the important direct elders of the clan could enter this forbidden land. It was the place where the clan records were kept. It was guarded by the top-class ancient god weapon, the Golden Dragon Altar. There was a divine steel that looked like the investiture of the god list. It radiated dazzling gold light with a noble dragon aura winding around it. The names of the experts at the King God realm and above were carved on the steel. From a distance, Shi Yan could see a lot of names on the steel. Surprisingly, the name of the Ling family's forefather, Ling Hongyu, was carved on the top of the steel. This also showed that Ling Hongyu was the oldest, the strongest, and the most prestigious expert in the Kim people. Below him, there were two more names on the left and right. They were the other two experts of the Kim people who were listed on the legendary list. Unfortunately, they had been in the outer realm for many years and had never returned. It was unknown if they were lost in the outer realm or if they didn't want to return to the heaven territory. They were not dead. This could be determined from their shining names. The names of those who had died would be dimmed. Ling Xiao also saw his name. Surprisingly, it was on the top of the steel. It was still a long way from the top. Little Xiao, drip a drop of blood and place it and your palm on the golden dragon altar to sense the names of the precursors, ordered Ling Bo. Ling Xiao didn't ask much. He just followed Ling Bo's order. As he dripped his blood on the golden dragon altar and placed his palm on it, the golden dragon altar released a formidable dragon aura that covered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately sensed the names of the incipient God realm experts he had just seen. All of a sudden, he felt the blood in his body surge. An indescribable power was supporting him, making him feel a natural sense of closeness to those names. Then, images began to flash through his mind. After a long while, the power disappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao had memorized the names and faces of all the incipient God realm experts of his tribe. In the future, when he went to the outer realms and encountered his own clansmen, he would be able to recognize them based on his bloodline connection and what he had just seen. "Do you understand now?" asked Ling Bo. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yeah, I understand. When little Xiao goes to outer space and meets the precursors of my tribe, he will recognize them." "That's good. In addition, I'll give you two more things," Ling Bo said, and two divine objects immediately appeared in his hands. One was a set of golden divine armor that sparkled like dragon scales. The divine energy it exuded was incomparably powerful. It was a set of metal attribute divine guard armor. The other was a circular object with a needle that was slightly shaking inside it. There was nothing special about it. One is the dragon scale armor, a peak mid-grade ancient god artifact, especially made from dragon scales, and even a top-grade ancient god artifact can block the majority of divine power attacks. The other is the divine compass. It can help you find the directions to the various regions in the outer realm, as well as when you return. Don't lose it, or you'll easily get lost in the outer realm, Ling Bo said solemnly. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. He put away the two divine treasures. Thank you, Chief. Compared to what you've done for the tribe, it's nothing, said Ling Bo. Then the three of them left the genealogy area. After chatting for a while, they let Ling Xiao leave. Ling Xiao didn't leave the clan. Instead, he planned to stay in the clan for half a year. He planned to refine a batch of divine pills first. A portion of the pills would be used by the clan, and the other portion would be used by him when he was roaming the outer realm. Half a year passed by quickly. Ling Xiao came out of his closed-door cultivation again. After he came out, he immediately summoned all the beasts that followed him. The ghost's power was equivalent to that of an advanced rank 51. The prodigal's power was equivalent to that of an advanced rank 11. It had a unique soul power attack, a semi-invisible divine power, and an extremely fast speed. The prodigal's power was at advanced rank 10, and its mythical beast fire was comparable to the heavenly fire. The brawny man was a mutant holy beast with both metal and wind attributes, and it had reached the peak of intermediate rank 10. The dragon horse had caught up with the dragon's blood, and its power had increased tremendously. Dragon scales had appeared on its body, and it had the power of intermediate rank 10. Xiao Jin was only at the peak of beginner rank 10, and it was still one step away from intermediate rank 10. The reason why Ling Xiao had gathered all of them was because he planned to bring them to the outer realms. Some of them had been quiet for a long time. Perhaps they would have their own opportunities in outer space that would allow them to increase their cultivation level faster. Otherwise, if they continued to improve like this, it would be too slow for him. They wouldn't be able to keep up with him at all, and they would seem to be useless. Chapter 1540. When Muscle, Dragon Horse, and Little Gold heard that Ling Xiao had finally remembered them and planned to bring them out to explore, they were all extremely excited. They were all willing to follow Ling Xiao, even if they had to die. After receiving their affirmation, Ling Xiao kept them in the apothecary master. When they reached the outer space, if there was a suitable opportunity, he would definitely let them enjoy the pleasure of speeding up their cultivation. In addition, he would also train them into battle-type sacred beasts, so that they could cooperate with each other and defeat their enemies. They would then be able to challenge high-level opponents. After Ling Xiao brought them along, he rushed to the outer gate and returned to his peak to bid farewell to his women. All these years, Ling Xiao had been constantly running around, and he felt very guilty towards them. Therefore, he planned to rest for 2 months before leaving. At the same time, he would discuss with the other women who had never given birth to a child. If any of them wanted a child, he would let them conceive his child. This would also give them a new life and comfort after he left for a long time. Ling Xiao went to talk to Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, and the others, and they all expressed their desire to have children. Only Dongfang Jing and Wei Dyer didn't want to have children. They wanted to focus on cultivation, and after they reached the Divine King realm, they would consider this issue. Ling Xiao did not force them and followed their wishes. Then, he put down everything and accompanied them for 2 months. Just as he was about to leave the Dragon Gate, Yuan Zhantian suddenly returned to the Dragon Gate. Back then, when Yuan Zhantian was brought to the Heaven Domain by Ling Xiao, he was only a Saint Realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 years had passed and his strength had actually soared to the half-incipient God realm. This was simply shocking. Previously, when he returned from the Tianyuan district, he heard from his people that when Yuan Zhantian reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, he left the Dragon Gate and went out to train. Unexpectedly, he had only gone out once, and it had only been about 20 years, but his strength had actually soared to this level. This Tenbin's opportunity was definitely not any less than Ling Xiao's. Yuan Zhantian did not return alone. He had brought back 2 sacred beasts that had transformed. One was the Diamond Ape King with strength at the peak of the 10th level, and the other was the long-armed Iron Monkey King. Its strength was actually stronger than the Diamond Ape King, having already reached the lower stages of the 11th level. The Diamond Ape King and the long-armed Iron Monkey King guarded Yuan Zhantian on both sides. They all regarded him as their leader and had extremely fierce expressions, so that no one dared to approach them. "Brother Yuan, you really surprised me. You've only been in the heaven realm for a short time, but you've already reached a realm that no one else can. I'm really happy for you," Ling Xiao said sincerely. Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with narrowed eyes. A strong desire to fight flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly drowned out. He opened his mouth and said, "I thought I could catch up to your strength, so I planned to fight with you. I didn't expect that just as I came out of the mountain, you would advance again and become even stronger. It seems that if I want to fight with you again, it will take quite some time. With your speed, I'm afraid you will catch up to me in less than 100 years. At that time, let's fight again," Ling Xiao said. He also wanted to fight Yuan Zhantian, who was at the same stage as him, and hoped that Yuan Zhantian could reach the same stage as him as soon as possible. "And it's a deal," Yuan Zhantian said coldly. After a pause, he continued, "This time, I came to thank you for bringing me to the heaven region. Otherwise, I would not have been able to obtain a greater opportunity for my tribe. Secondly, I came to see if you have made any progress. If you are still at the same spot, we will fight first to fulfill our wish. However, you are still above me, so this battle will be postponed for the time being. When I return from the outer domain, I hope that you can become even stronger and not be surpassed by me. Otherwise, I'm afraid this battle will have to continue indefinitely." Ling Xiao stared at Yuan Zhantian in a daze, and his expression was somewhat interesting. Yuan Zhantian felt a little embarrassed being stared at by Ling Xiao. He asked, "Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Haha, it seems that you and I have a telepathic connection." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He did not understand what Ling Xiao meant by that. Ling Xiao then explained, "I am also planning to go to the outer domain. I just don't know if we will be going the same way." If Yuan Zhantian still had his previous strength, Ling Xiao naturally did not want him to go to the outer domain. With his current strength, he would not be able to handle it. However, now that he had the strength of a half-incipient God realm expert and had the protection of 2 holy beasts, he believed that it would not be easy for him to suffer losses in the outer domain. Moreover, Yuan Zhantian was confident that he could go to the outer domain. He must have his own way. Naturally, there was nothing for him to worry about. Yuan Zhantian's cold face flashed with a smile. "You are going to the outer domain too? When do you plan to leave?" Ling Xiao pondered for a while and said, "Probably another year or so. I just don't know if we will be going the same way." "Of course we will be going the same way. This time I don't have a destination in mind. Since you want to go, I will wait with you," Yuan Zhantian said. "That's good. With brother Yuan accompanying me, I believe that the journey to the outer domain will not be lonely." Ling Xiao smiled. With Yuan Zhantian's addition, Ling Xiao's mood was very good. That day, he and Yuan Zhantian drank to their heart's content. Then, he bid farewell to Yuan Zhantian's people and started to leave the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao did not immediately go to the outer domain. Instead, he first went to the Tiankei territory to settle an important matter. When he arrived at the Tiankei territory again, Ling Xiao directly went to the Wanshou mountain range to look for Xia Xianxian. Ling Xiao had been a distinguished guest of the Wanshou Alliance for many years. Naturally, he received a warm welcome when he arrived. Old Master Dugujin was not there. He had already gone into seclusion to break through the final hurdle and had not come out yet. When Xia Xianxian saw Ling Xiao again, she was naturally very happy. She hugged Ling Xiao's arm and did not let go. That intimate look made Ling Xiao feel a little overwhelmed. After chatting with her for a day, Ling Xiao finally got to the point. "Xianxian, why is Sister K not by your side? And where's Auntie K?" "Sister K naturally referred to the little divine beast vermilion bird, and Auntie K referred to the big divine beast vermilion bird. Xia Xianxian blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Big brother, do you still want the Genesis stone?" Ling Xiao smiled and gently scratched Xia Xuanxuan's delicate nose. "Don't think that big brother is so greedy. I just want to go to the Nirvana space again. This time, I don't want to find the Genesis stone. I want to collect more flames. They are very useful." "Oh, I see. I thought you wanted to find the Genesis stone again. Those broken stones are not easy to find," Xia Xianxian replied. Then she said, "Auntie Kaer has helped Sister Kaer to cultivate and advance. She hasn't played with me for a long time. It's so boring. So, can you contact them? Big brother still needs them to lead the way. I don't want to get lost in the Nirvana space," Ling Xiao said with anticipation. Without the vermilion bird to lead the way, even if he was a supreme incipient God realm expert, he did not want to step into the Nirvana space. Once he got lost, he didn't know when he would be able to get out of there. "I can try, but I can't guarantee anything," said Xia Xianxian. "It's good then. Hurry up and try. It's very important to Big Brother," Ling Xiao urged. "We need to go to the Nirvana mountain range. Big Brother, take me there." Xia Xianxian nodded. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with her. He took her to the Nirvana mountain range. The Nirvana mountain range was the closest place to the Nirvana space. The divine beast vermilion bird would occasionally appear here. This was a fact that people had confirmed. After Ling Xiao brought Xia Xianxian to the Nirvana space, Xia Xianxian took out the vermilion bird feather and dropped a drop of blood on it. Then, she muttered to herself, "Auntie K, can you hear me? Xianxian and Big Brother are looking for you. Hurry up and come out." The vermilion bird feather shot out waves of flames. After a while it dimmed down. "Big Brother, let's wait here. I believe that Auntie Vermilion Bird has received my message. She'll be here soon," said Xia Xianxian. "Thank you, Xianxian," Ling Xiao said gratefully. "Big Brother is so annoying. You make me feel so distant." Xia Xianxian wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, "Hee, it's Big Brother's fault. I won't say such things in the future." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "That's right." Xia Xianxian smiled with satisfaction. Then, the two of them stayed in the Nirvana space and waited for the divine beast vermilion bird to appear. Xia Xianxian and Ling Xiao seemed very happy together. Ling Xiao could also feel her happiness. He was very satisfied. She chatted with Ling Xiao for a while. Sometimes, she went to the nearby low-level spiritual beasts or high-level holy beasts to interact. This girl's ability to tame beasts was really good. Soon, more than a dozen spiritual beasts and holy beasts had gathered around her. Those spiritual beasts were like obedient children. They listened to her and followed her instructions. They picked some spiritual herbs and holy medicines for her. After she was tired of playing, she stayed by Ling Xiao's side obediently and talked about all kinds of interesting things. She also pestered Ling Xiao to tell her about his many experiences. Xia Xianxian was like a happy lark. She always brought a fresh and happy enjoyment to people. Ling Xiao was also influenced by her. The smile on his face did not disappear for a few days. After waiting for about 7 days, the divine beast vermilion bird finally appeared. However, it didn't come out by itself. There was another extremely mighty and extraordinary vermilion bird. Its figure was similar to it, but there was a slight difference in its appearance. In comparison, the original vermilion bird divine beast was a bit more noble, like a ruler and a subject. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this was not the little vermilion bird. Could not have advanced so quickly. This was another divine beast vermilion bird that was at the intermediate stage of the 11th level. "Little girl Xianxian, you must be looking for me because Ling Xiao is looking for me." The divine beast vermilion bird looked at Xia Xianxian and Ling Xiao and asked, "Auntie, you are so smart. You guessed it right." Xia Xianxian replied with a smile. Then she said, "Big Brother is looking for you. Help him again." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Auntie Vermilion Bird, I want you to bring me into the Nirvana space again. I want to collect some purplish-black flames. I have use for them. Can I?" Chapter 1541. To deal with the sky-devouring locust, one had to attack with fire. That was the power that they feared the most. However, the power of ordinary flames was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Their numbers were extremely terrifying. Although Ling Xiao had the help of the heavenly fire, he was not confident that he could deal with tens of millions of sky-devouring locusts. Therefore, he planned to come here to borrow the most powerful flame. Only the purple-black flame could completely destroy the sky-devouring locust. It turned out that Master Apothecary Ling Xiao also had the purple-black flame. However, he had used it once against the ferocious blood demon. Although a lot of the flame was recovered, it was not enough to deal with the sky-devouring locust. Moreover, he had collected more purple-black flame. Firstly, it could be absorbed by the sky-devouring locust for advancement. Secondly, it could be absorbed by the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead to increase its power. In this way, when the prodigal reached level 11, its power would definitely be too much for the sky-devouring locust to handle. Coupled with the power of the demonic demon's heavenly fire bead and the purple-black flame, it would definitely be able to deal with the sky-devouring locust. It was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao rushed to this nirvana space to collect the flame. I can bring you in, but you owe me a favor. You must return it to me in the future. The divine beast Vermilion Bird did not refuse, but it made a condition. No problem. In fact, I took these flames for the sake of my fire Qilin brother. I believe that these flames will be of great help to it in its advancement. If it becomes stronger, wouldn't it be better for it to help you deal with the Golden Crow clan? Ling Xiao readily agreed. All right, come on up. We'll go in immediately. The divine beast Vermilion Bird responded decisively. Then it said to Xia Xianxian, Little Xianxian, it's fine if you don't want to go in. I'll let my second sister stay here with you. Okay. Second auntie can stay here with me. I won't accompany big brother in. It's too uncomfortable to stay inside. Xia Xianxian immediately responded happily. She knew that Ling Xiao had something to do this time and did not need her to lead the way. Therefore, she did not pester Ling Xiao. The other mid-tier type 11 Vermilion Bird was actually a high-tier type 11 Phoenix in the Nirvana mountain range. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast, it had undergone its final nirvana and transformed into a true divine beast. However, the price of this nirvana this time was that its strength had regressed by a level. However, it had no regrets. Its strength had regressed by one level, but it had become a divine beast, allowing it to possess the bloodline of a beast emperor. Its combat strength was not any worse than when it was at the high level. Once it returned to the high level, its combat strength would far exceed its original strength. That would be perfect. Ling Xiao leaped onto the back of the Vermilion Bird and followed it into the nirvana space. Ling Xiao summoned the prodigal and let him absorb the flame essence here to its heart's content. As expected, the prodigal was extremely happy with this environment. He greedily absorbed the flames and accumulated energy. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to ask the Vermilion Bird about the little Vermilion Bird and the mythical parasol tree. The little Vermilion Bird was cultivating here to accumulate energy so that it could reach level 11 as soon as possible. The mythical parasol tree thought that it would need a long time before it could take this step. As for the mythical parasol tree, it was still the same. It was a divine tree that had become a spirit and was used to living for a long time. It didn't mind staying here anymore. Ever since the Vermilion Bird had reached the high level 11, its speed couldn't be compared to the past. Carried Ling Xiao and flew extremely fast. In less than half a month, it had brought Ling Xiao to the deep area of the nirvana space. The intensity of the flames here was enough to make any incipient God realm expert feel unbearable. However, it wasn't easy to find the purplish-black flames. They would only appear in a special location in this space. After around a month, the Vermilion Bird finally found an area with purplish-black flames for Ling Xiao. Although the purplish-black flames here weren't as many as the place where Ling Xiao had collected the Genesis Stone, it was still huge. It was impossible for him to collect all of them. Ling Xiao emptied most of the space in the first layer of the cauldron and absorbed the purplish-black flames here. When Ling Xiao was collecting the flames, he found the purplish-black divine crystal but he didn't find the Genesis stone. He felt that it was a pity. He didn't have a fire Genesis stone anymore. He only had a water Genesis stone. To him, it wasn't the best divine stone to absorb energy. After Ling Xiao collected the purplish-black flames, he took the opportunity to ask the vermilion bird if it was willing to accompany him to the outer space. He thought that if he could persuade the vermilion bird to go with him, his chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by the vermilion bird. It had to stay and supervise the little vermilion bird to continue growing stronger. It was fine that he couldn't persuade the vermilion bird to accompany him. Instead, it persuaded the prodigal to stay and improve his abilities. The prodigal was almost swayed. He wanted to stay and cultivate to become stronger. Luckily, it was determined enough to choose to go with Ling Xiao to the outer space. It wouldn't be too late to come back after it returned. Of course, the prodigal also hoped to find other Qilins of the Qilin race in the outer space. After leaving the Nirvana space, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Xia Xianxian back to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, she didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay here with the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao was more at ease with Xia Xianxian. With the vermilion bird protecting her, who could easily hurt her? Ling Xiao bid farewell to Xia Xianxian. Xia Xianxian looked very sad again. However, Ling Xiao still resolutely left her and went to the barbarian tribe. The barbarians had his concerns. Shenyu Yi and Shenyu Xiangma were his brothers and his woman. Before leaving the heaven region, he had to see them. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Ling Xiao was already an esteemed guest of the Berserker tribe. He had fought against a few tribal chiefs and fought against the Berserker tribe's first elder. His heroic deeds had long since been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Berserker tribe, and they viewed him as their strongest warrior. Moreover, after they knew that Ling Xiao had become the supreme drug god, they saw him as a celestial being. It was the barbarian's honor to have such a friend, and Shenyu Yi, who was lucky enough to become Ling Xiao's brother, and Ling Xiao's woman, Shenyu Xiangma, became the barbarian's most popular figures. Their Shenyu tribe was no longer a tribe that was bullied by others. Instead, they were fawned upon by other tribes. When Ling Xiao arrived, not only did the chiefs come out to welcome him, but even the old chief and some elders of the barbarians also came out to welcome him. It was extremely lively. Ling Xiao only wanted to see Shenyu Yi and Shenyu Xiangma, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of others. He also partied with them for the whole night. After drinking, one would meet a beauty, and the night would stir one's heart. Ling Xiao once again enjoyed the wild teasing of Shenyu Xiangma. It made him feel the true meaning of life that he hadn't explored for a long time. Shenyu Xiangma wasn't the prettiest among all of his women, but she had advantages that none of them could compare to. She had Bai Yushi's gentleness and consideration outside the bed, and Yu Laiyan and the seductive dancers in bed. She was the best wife. The more Ling Xiao stayed with her, the more he couldn't bear to part with this beauty. 3 days later, Ling Xiao and Shenyu Yi were about to say their goodbyes. Old Yi, you've been advancing very quickly these past few years. You're already at the peak of the intermediate level. It won't be too long before you break through to the next level. Ling Xiao said faintly as he stood on the peak of the huge mountain with his hands behind his back. Shenyu Yi, who was beside him, rubbed his head and said with a silly smile, "The gap between me and boss is too big. I still hope to stay by your side, but I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you." In the past, he still had the qualifications to compete with Ling Xiao, but now the gap was like heaven and earth. Shenyu Yi was also very emotional in his heart. You following me might not be the best choice. Don't you still have to think about your tribesmen? Break through to the next level as soon as possible, then make a trip back to your tribe. I believe the tribesmen here won't object anymore. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Shenyu Yi nodded and said, "Boss is right. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for all of this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. I can only help you for a while, but I can't help you for a lifetime. I'm going to the outer realm now, and I don't know when I'll be back. You must take good care of Xiangma for me. On the day I return, if she suffers any grievances, I'll hold you responsible first. Ling Xiao warned. Boss, you're going to the outer realm? Xin Yi asked in astonishment, then smiled and said, That's right. With boss's strength, no matter where you go, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. I wish you a smooth return soon. Ling Xiao lightly patted Xin Yi's shoulder and said, Don't worry. Who do you think your boss is? There's nothing in this world that's too difficult for me. After a pause, he said, Continue to work hard. One day you'll also reach the same level as me. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Ling Xiao left for his final destination, the Tianyuan region. The goddess of the Tianyuan region, Yan Daijiao, was the goddess that everyone in the Tianyuan region yearned for. She was a woman with beauty, wisdom, and power. Who wouldn't want to have her? However, they could only dream about it because she was no longer single. And the man who had captured the goddess of their hearts was the honorary vice hall master of the Alchemy Alliance, Ling Xiao. If anyone could have Yan Daijiao as their wife, they would want nothing more than to hold her in their arms every day and pamper her every day. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the blessings of women. He actually had the heart to let her stay alone for so many years. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely view him as a mortal enemy. Even if he was the alchemy god, he would still fight him to the death. This guy simply didn't know how to cherish a beauty like Jade. They even suspected that this guy was like this because he couldn't have sex. After spending a few days with Yan Daijiao, Ling Xiao finally went to meet up with Yuan Zhantian and headed for the dangerous outer realm. Chapter 1542. The boundless outer space was as vast as the sea. There were countless spaces and dangers everywhere. With the heaven territory as the center, there were 4 outer space roads in the east, west, south, and north directions. They were all explored by the predecessors and had the lowest risk. However, the lowest risk did not mean that there was no danger. On the contrary, no matter which one of these space roads, there was a certain degree of danger. Only by avoiding these dangers could one go further. Of course, many ordinary supremes could not even avoid these dangers. They could easily fall and return to the heaven territory, not daring to go further. Thus, these danger levels were only relative to the other places in outer space. Ling Xiao rode on the Ghost and took Dragon 5th, Yuan Zhantian, Diamond Ape King, and Long-Armed Iron Monkey King to the East Space Road. According to the records from the Kim people's primogenitors and ancient books, this space road had the highest danger level. There were many strange spaces such as black holes, chaotic magnetic fields, and so on. These spaces were all near the space roads. If one could not avoid them and got sucked in, he would definitely die. Besides these spaces, one had to pay attention to the space pirates on each space road. They were no different from the roving bandits. They specialized in robbing the warriors weaker than them and taking their treasures. Thus, those who went to the outer space usually felt safe in a group. If a supremes or incipient god realm expert was not alone, they would not dare to go on this road unless they were extremely powerful. This was the most dangerous road. Not only did many people go on this road, but it was also the most, because misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Besides the dangers, there were many rare divine treasures on this road. People fought for them until their heads bled. Another thing worth mentioning was that the outer space where the Winged Man tribe lived was also on this space road. Today, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had been on this space road for more than half a year. They were far away from the heaven territory now. Along the way, they had not encountered much danger. The chaotic space currents and other kinds of violent energy could not harm them. Besides that, they'd noticed many divine materials as well. All of them were beneficial to cultivation or equipment refinement, and there were even various balls of quintessence energy that were extremely beneficial to both humans and beasts. If godly monarchs could wander around here and obtain these balls of origin energy, they would be able to increase their cultivation realms faster. Yuan Zhantian, the Diamond Ape King, Ling Xiao, and the other sacred beasts were all extremely thirsty for this energy. All of them impolitely absorbed this energy and cultivated it. In just half a year, all of them had slight improvements. This kind of advancement speed was simply too powerful and rare. Even incipient God realm experts couldn't help but want to explore this vast space with so many divine treasures. At this time, Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others had arrived at a floating piece of land to rest. The Diamond Ape King, Muscle, and Little Gold were greedily absorbing the metal origin chi nearby to strengthen themselves. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "The outer space is indeed a treasure trove that has yet to be excavated. This kind of origin energy can be found everywhere." Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Yuan Zhantian nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. It's a pity that only those with great strength can fly here for a long time. Even I feel that it's a little difficult, but I like to train in this kind of environment." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Everyone says that the outer space pirates are very powerful and fierce. Why haven't they appeared yet? My hands are itching." Ling Xiao was about to reply when his divine consciousness suddenly flickered. He immediately smiled and said, "You really have a crow's mouth. Whatever you say comes true." Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then he narrowed his eyes and a strong fighting spirit burst out. "TSK, TSK. These weak saint beasts have appeared here. It's really interesting." A deep voice rang out from a corner. This voice echoed in the surrounding space, but no one could see any figure. It was as if that person was far away, but also close at hand. "You pretentious bastard! Come out!" Although Yuan Zhantian was only at the half-incipient God realm, he had long wanted to fight with a supreme incipient God realm expert. He was itching to do so. After receiving Ling Xiao's warning, he immediately sensed the hiding place of the person. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden rod in his hand swung out in a direction. The golden rod had been upgraded in all aspects. Its power could be compared to a low-level ancient god weapon. It turned into a pillar that could support the sky and directly smashed into an empty space. The power of the golden rod was strong, but the hidden person was even stronger. A black palm appeared and caught the golden rod. "Not a bad divine weapon. It's a pity that it is of the metal class. But it's not bad to sell it." The voice arose again. A dark shadow finally appeared. This person wore a black cloak and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. He could not see his face clearly. Obviously, he was a supreme incipient God realm expert who cultivated the dark class. It wasn't strange that he could hold Yuan Zhantian's golden rod with one hand. After all, he had the power of a low-level incipient God realm expert. However, Yuan Zhantian's fighting spirit was as strong as the sky. He was worried about not having a worthy opponent. Now that this person had come to him, it was a good opportunity for Yuan Zhantian to relieve his boredom. Yuan Zhantian shouted, "Take it if you can!" As his voice fell, the power of the golden rod increased again. It automatically grew longer and larger, trying to shake off the person. "You want to deal with me with just this bit of strength? You think too highly of yourself," the person said coldly. He gripped the golden rod tightly with one hand and swung his other hand at Yuan Zhantian. A black stream of space rushed toward him. Yuan Zhantian was already prepared. He screamed and raised his strength to the maximum. His golden fist flourished. He did not dodge. Instead, he met the black stream of space and smashed it directly. Boom! That person looked at the mighty giant shadow of the sacred battle ape behind Yuan Zhantian and could not help but exclaim, "The inheritance of the sacred battle ape? You do have some skills." This person was clearly starting to get serious. A black fog immediately spread out, turning the surroundings incomparably dark. Many tentacle-like forces moved toward Yuan Zhantian to bind him. These black tentacles moved extremely fast. In an instant, they wrapped around Yuan Zhantian and entangled him. Ling Xiao wanted to make a move, but he found that the Tongbi Iron Monkey King did not move. It looked very calm. Obviously, it was very confident in Yuan Zhantian. Sure enough, within the black fog, golden light shone brightly. The shadow of a giant ape suddenly appeared. It forcefully broke through the black fog and struggled to tear apart the black tentacles. A golden fist punched out courageously and completely scattered the black fog. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the surrounding space cracked and collapsed, and the sharp aura of metal wreaked havoc in all directions. The person in the cloak was actually pushed back 100 meters by Yuan Zhantian. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's fighting power had increased to that of a supreme incipient God realm expert. His body had become much bigger, almost like he had transformed into an ape. Yuan Zhantian immediately raised his golden staff and chased after that person. His staff smashed down from the sky. Its power could break the sky, crack the earth, and crush the stars. So, there is a secret technique to increase one's fighting power. However, you are still not a supreme incipient God realm expert. Watch me kill you, you ape. That person was so angry that he was forced back by someone with a lower realm than him. He roared angrily. Finally, he was going to use his real power. Yuan Zhantian swung his golden staff violently while that person sent out black palms. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, causing the turbulence in the surroundings to splash everywhere. Yuan Zhantian was actually able to fight evenly with his opponent. Ling Xiao could not help but be amazed by this. Brother Yuan is indeed a natural warrior. Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself. In the past, when he was a half-incipient God realm expert, he could also fight against a low-level supreme expert. However, his strength was only about the same as Yuan Zhantian's now. It could be seen that when they were at the earthly king realm, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, if they were at the same realm, the difference between them would not be that big. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. After a round of battle, Yuan Zhantian's weakness became apparent. His aura began to decline while his opponent became fiercer and fiercer. Yuan Zhantian was already being suppressed. If this continued, Yuan Zhantian would definitely lose. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King finally made its move. Roar! The long-armed Iron Monkey King was at the peak of low-level 11th realm. Its long iron arms were incomparably strong. Even a mid-grade ancient god weapon could not be damaged by it. Its arms seemed to extend infinitely and directly hit the person in the cloak. That person's reaction was extremely fast. His body fell backward, dodging the long-armed Iron Monkey King's attack. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King's body swept over, and its fist shadows blasted out wildly like the sky. Yuan Zhantian got a chance to catch his breath. The injuries on his body did not make him feel afraid. Instead, they made his blood boil. He was looking for this long-lost feeling of a great battle. Just as Yuan Zhantian was resting, another cloud of black fog surged toward him from another direction. However, he did not notice it and continued to recover his divine power at full speed. Trying to sneak an attack? Ling Xiao, who had not made a move, sneered. Finally, he made his move. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. With a point of his finger, the ice and fire sword seemed to be guided by him and shot toward the cloud of black fog like lightning. Swoosh! The ice and fire sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it entered the black fog. Then, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The black fog that was heading toward Yuan Zhantian finally dispersed, revealing another person in a cloak. This person held a black spear and deflected Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. You actually discovered my existence. You do have some ability. Then I'll deal with you first. The other party was very confident. He was slightly stronger than the previous person. With the strength of a low-level supreme being, he did have some qualifications to be arrogant. Ling Xiao replied, Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, he made a guiding motion with his finger. The ice and fire sword that was smashed away shot back from another direction and stabbed toward that person's back. That person did not expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. He had no choice but to turn around to block it. At the same time, wisps of black mist surged over from the vicinity of this space. Chapter 1543. There would always be pirates on every domain path in the Outer Realms. These pirates made a living by plundering the belongings of supreme beings and incipient God realm experts. This was the fastest way to accumulate the various divine items they needed. At the same time, they could bring the divine items they did not need to the Outer Realms to trade for the divine items they needed. Now, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian finally encountered the first wave of pirates. The pirates that appeared at the beginning were just the ones in charge of the outpost. Later on, the pirates were the members of their respective groups. These people were all from the outer realms, and they were all warriors of the dark attribute. Each of them was no weaker than a low-level supreme being. The strongest among them were 3 peak mid-level supreme beings. There were a total of 8 of them, and they all appeared from the void. All of them wore cloaks and did not show their faces. There were also several sacred beasts of the dark attribute that roared mightily. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King fought fiercely with the first person who appeared, and Ling Xiao also fought with the second person who appeared. The sudden appearance of 6 people and 6 11th-level sacred beasts really gave them a big shock. The 6 of them surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. One of them, who was at the peak of the mid-level supreme martial artist, said faintly, "Surrender and we'll leave you to fend for yourselves. Otherwise, we'll destroy all of their souls." At this time, Ling Xiao forced his opponent away, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King also quickly retreated to Yuan Zhantian's side, protecting him. Ling Xiao had already kept muscle and little gold. Beside him were the transformed Dragon Fifth and the Ghost. Beside Yuan Zhantian were the long-armed Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King, which was about to enter rank 11. There were 2 humans and 4 sacred beasts. On the surface, they seemed to be much weaker than the 8 humans and 6 sacred beasts. But was that really the case? "Are you satisfied now? What a jinx," Ling Xiao said to Yuan Zhantian with a faint smile. Although Yuan Zhantian was not afraid, he knew that the situation was very unfavorable for them. He turned to Ling Xiao and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many of them, and they are so powerful. It looks like we have to fight to the death. If you still want to struggle, then all of you can die," the leading marauder said faintly. At the same time, he gestured to his companions, signaling them to attack together. "You guys defend yourselves," Ling Xiao said. "Dragon Fifth, Ghost Soul, come with me. It would be best if you could spare their lives. I have a use for them." His divine soul doppelganger had already appeared 1 step ahead of him, and directly attacked the leading plunderer who had just spoken. Boom, boom, boom. The bandit didn't know what was going on, but he could feel a terrifying power enveloping him, trying to kill him. Just as the others were about to step in, they discovered that their boss had been bombarded to the point where he was at a loss of what to do. All of them were extremely surprised. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body, Dragon Fifth, and the Ghost had already made their move. Roar, roar. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth worked together at the same time, and a terrifying dragon roar rushed out. 2 incomparably terrifying golden dragon sound waves rushed towards the plunderers. In an instant, they felt their blood churning endlessly, and their ears were so deafening that they were about to explode. Their bodies were sent flying by this terrifying aura. Ling Xiao wielded the ice and fire sword and raised his speed to the maximum. He slashed at one of the peak mid-level supreme beings. Dragon Fifth didn't reveal his real body, but directly used his dragon fist to cover 2 of the plunderers. The power behind it was extremely terrifying. As for the Ghost, it revealed a cold smile and transformed into its real body. Its soul power attack split into 2 and rushed towards the 2 plunderers at the same time. As for Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King, they all rushed towards the holy beasts. Out of the 8 plunderers, 6 were immediately attacked fiercely, and they were at a loss for what to do. Just as the other 2 plunderers were about to intervene in the battle, Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar temporarily let go of the leader of the plunderers and took the initiative to torture them until their divine bodies exploded. The 2 of them were the weakest, and Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar could easily kill them. Ling Xiao didn't want to leave such weak people alive, so he directly smashed their heads and devoured their spiritual souls in an instant. The leader of the plunderers was beaten senseless. When his divine body recovered, he realized that his subordinates were actually being beaten up one by one. What's going on? The leader of the plunderers was horrified. They had been plundering here for many years, and they had seen all kinds of supreme beings. However, these people in front of them clearly weren't very strong, so how did they manage to catch them off guard? "This guy is too strong. Let's retreat." The leader of the plunderers gave the order sullenly. The person who ambushed him just now was very strong, and he didn't even know where he was. Now that the battle had just started, the situation was already one-sided. If they didn't retreat now, it would be too late. However, it was already too late for him to escape now. Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar had already dealt with the two weakest plunderers, and once again snuck back to his side. The Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Fist blasted him again. The leader of the plunderers was also quite capable. After suffering a setback, he released his most powerful ultimate move and attacked desperately in all directions. No matter where his opponent was, he would be hit by his attacks. He only did this to force Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar to retreat. It was almost impossible for him to injure Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar, and he didn't care about killing his opponent. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat strength was increased by 70 times. Even if he was a peak mid-level supreme being, he couldn't escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. The fourth move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, Burning Heaven and Destroying Sun. Ling Xiao didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. His spiritual avatar used such a domineering move, causing the surrounding void to split open. Many chaotic meteors smashed out. The leader of the plunderers was directly destroyed by Ling Xiao. There wasn't a single part of his body left unscathed. The leader of the plunderers felt extremely uncomfortable. Even now, he still didn't know where the enemy was. They were of the dark attribute, and could hide in this boundless void. However, compared to the other party, it was like a small house meeting a big house. On the other side, the person Ling Xiao's real body was facing was evenly matched with him. After all, Ling Xiao's real body strength was much weaker than his spiritual avatar's. Even if his combat strength was increased by 70 times, he could only fight an ordinary mid-level supreme being. His opponent was a peak mid-level supreme being. Just now, he had unexpectedly gained the upper hand, but now that his opponent had adjusted, he was starting to struggle. "Kid, you're quite capable. You can actually make me suffer with your low-level strength. You're really the first person to do so." The plunderer laughed sinisterly. Then he unleashed a terrifying killing move. He slapped his palms wildly, and a cloud of demonic energy surged toward Ling Xiao. A sticky, corrosive force bound Ling Xiao. This strong corrosive force actually contained a terrifying origin poison. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with it, they would definitely die from the poison. Ling Xiao frowned. The power of the heavenly fire continued to burn around his body, burning away the opponent's evil power. The plunderer cried out, "Damn it! You actually have the origin flame." The origin flame happened to be the power to restrain his origin poison. It was the power he hated the most. "If this is all you've got, then you'll be defeated," Ling Xiao sneered. He pointed his finger continuously, and rays of two-colored finger radiance shot toward the plunderer. The plunderer wasn't afraid. An ancient god's saber appeared in his hand, and he swung it left and right, blocking all of Ling Xiao's finger radiance. However, Ling Xiao's finger radiance was just a trick to distract the enemy. He raised his speed to the extreme, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed toward the plunderer's waist. The power of ice and fire transformed into a dragon and a phoenix that charged forward. It wasn't any weaker than the full power attack of a mid-level supreme being. The plunderer's reaction was also very fast. He swung his saber repeatedly, blocking all of Ling Xiao's sword attacks, and even forcing Ling Xiao to retreat quite a distance. The disparity in strength couldn't be overcome in a short period of time. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth had finished his battle earlier. Although he hadn't transformed into his real body, his power was much more terrifying than any peak of middle-level supreme being. The two incipient god realm experts fighting against him had their god bodies explode unceasingly. Dragon Fifth even broke their ancient god realm weapons. When they realized that the person before them was probably a ferocious beast that had taken human form, they were already on the verge of death from being abused. If Ling Xiao hadn't asked them to keep them alive, Dragon Fifth would have smashed their souls and perished already. On the other hand, the speed at which the ghosts dealt with them was also incomparably fast. Their soul power attacks were something that ordinary people simply couldn't defend against. The god souls of the two supreme beings were attacked, and they lost half of their fighting power. The ghost transformed into its real body, using its super-fast speed to bump into them and stomp them to death. When they wanted to counterattack, the ghost's soul attack came one more time. It made them feel so passive and helpless, after being tortured by the ghost several times. Their god souls and divine bodies were badly damaged and couldn't be healed. They lost their fighting power and were captured alive. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian led the long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to fight the holy beasts fiercely. Although Yuan Zhantian's power was a little weak, he could kill a low-level level 11 holy beast. However, he had to pay a big price. He had consumed a lot of his god power, so it was much more difficult for him to recover his god body. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King displayed its powerful battle prowess. Its iron arms actually tore one of the sacred beasts into two. That bloody scene on the sidelines was too bloody, too cruel. The only one who suffered a loss was the Diamond Ape King. Although it had great strength, the gap between their realms was too big. It was almost bitten to death by a giant black ant. If Dragon Fifth hadn't helped it in time, it wouldn't have been able to survive. The side that was originally in a disadvantageous position counterattacked and became the side that had the absolute advantage. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1544. Most of the marauders had already been taken care of. The holy beasts had also been utterly routed by Dragon Fifth's intervention. When Ling Zhao's god soul took down the pirate's head, the pirate fighting with Ling Zhao's real body couldn't resist the invisible attack of the god soul clone and was captured by Ling Zhao. Of the 8 marauders, 2 had been brutally killed, and 6 had been captured. It was truly a laughable tragedy. One had to admit that Ling Zhao's group didn't look very strong. However, if they really wanted to fight, it would be a surprise to anyone. The reason why Ling Zhao wanted to keep these 6 people alive was to turn them into his puppet army. On this domain path that was filled with danger, in this outer domain that was filled with endless dangers, the more strength one had, the safer one would be. Ling Zhao didn't have any pity for these pirates who came to rob them. By controlling them, he could learn more about the situation around here. He could also use them as his puppet guards. They had many uses. After spending a lot of effort, Ling Zhao had all of them become his puppets. He was in a good mood. In the past half a year, it was hard to see other people. It was rare for these people to send themselves to their doorstep so they could relieve their boredom. It was a good thing. Yuan Zhantian was the sacred battle ape's successor. The more he fought, the braver he became. After this battle, although he was hurt badly, he definitely gained a lot. The Diamond Ape King's condition was the most serious. It was almost at its last gasp. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had a level 11 metal element beast core. Now that it had swallowed it, it could break through the bottleneck and become a level 11 holy beast. Holy beasts didn't need to be as troublesome as humans to advance. They needed to comprehend this and that. They just needed to accumulate energy to strengthen the beast core and body. Then they could advance. The Diamond Ape King was already at the peak of the 10th rank. In the past half a year, it had absorbed a lot of metal attribute source power. Now that it consumed this 11th rank metal elemental beast pill, it could recover its injuries and use this power to advance. After several days, Yuan Zhantian had recovered his energy. His competence had increased a little and he wasn't far from the late half-incipient god realm. As long as he continued to sharpen himself in battle, he would be able to gain something after every battle. This was one of the reasons why he could advance so quickly, and it was also the innate talent of the sacred war beast. After that, the Diamond Ape King recovered, and its strength rose to a whole new level. It became a low-tier 11th tier Saint Beast, which gave it the ability to fly and protect itself in the boundless outer space. Have you all rested well? Let's go. Ling Zhao asked Yuan Zhantian. Let's go. Yuan Zhantian replied straightforwardly. Then let's go to the nearby trading area to take a look. It is said that there are many supreme beings gathered there, and the things being traded are all Supreme Being divine materials. I want to broaden my horizons, Ling Xiao said. Although Ling Xiao's priority was to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree as soon as possible, he didn't know when he could reach the location indicated by the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was impossible for him to travel day and night, and he definitely wouldn't let go of the good stuff he came across along the way. He learned from the Marauders' leader, He Yao, that there was a land space not far from here. Every year, there would be people trading for Supreme Being divine materials there. As for the treasures that He Yao and the others plundered, they mostly brought them there to trade for what they needed. That land space was a habitable space in the outer space, and it was controlled by several high-level Supreme Beings. Anyone who wanted to trade there had to pay the entrance fee of divine crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. With He Yao leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others easily avoided many detours. After a few days, they arrived at the trading land space. This land space wasn't very big, but it was filled with all kinds of powerful restrictive powers, isolating many turbulent outer space flows. This was obviously a man-made land space and not naturally formed. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they found that there were many residents here. There weren't many of them, only comparable to the population of a big city in the Heaven Domain. However, they were extremely powerful. Holy Emperor and God King realm experts could be seen everywhere. These people are the descendants of Supreme Beings and incipient God realm experts. They will receive the best resources to cultivate and become the strongest experts in the shortest time possible, He Yao explained. Then, he pointed to a place with extremely dense energy fluctuations and said, "That's the trading square. Only those who have reached the Supreme Being realm and paid 10 million divine crystals can enter." Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little speechless. Just the entrance fee was 10 million divine crystals. These people's appetite was really big. However, those who had reached the Supreme Being realm wouldn't care about 10 million divine crystals. Under He Yao's lead, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian arrived at the trading square. No one was allowed to fly within 1,000 meters of the trading square. They had to walk. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the trading square's rules, and they would be slaughtered. There were many people in this trading square. There were almost 100 Supreme Beings and incipient God realm experts trading divine items. Such a force could definitely be compared to any Overlord-level force in the Heaven Domain. According to He Yao's explanation, some of them came from the Heaven Domain like Ling Xiao's group, but most of them were Supreme Beings and incipient God realm experts who had lived in outer space for a long time. They often wandered in outer space to search for divine items, and they also came to these land spaces to trade for what they needed. The land here was just a common type of space in the outer realms. There were some large land spaces that were occupied by ancient people and developed into new living grounds. Those kinds of trading grounds were even more impressive, and the number of Supremes that appeared there was even higher, and they were even more powerful. Even though Ling Xiao had heard about these things before he went to outer space, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, it was hard to find Supreme Beings in the Heaven Domain. But here, there were so many of them. It was hard to digest. If the Supreme Beings and incipient God realm experts from other outer space came to the Heaven Domain and occupied it, how would they deal with it? This thought flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. After all, many people in outer space had come from the Heaven Domain to live in outer space. It could be said that the Heaven Domain was the ancestral home of many people in outer space. Even if they wanted to go back, they would only go back to visit. They would never occupy it. Moreover, the big forces in the Heaven Domain were not to be trifled with. The characters on the Supreme Being list were all brave and powerful. Not everyone could occupy it if they wanted to. The divine items traded here were all at the Supreme Being level. They were traded with other items and would not be bought with divine crystals. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian walked around the place and found many treasures. Many of them were divine items that they had never seen before. It was an eye-opener for them. In the end, Ling Xiao used some of the Supreme Being materials that He Yao and the others had plundered. He did not need them and exchanged them with the Supreme Beings here. 2 of them were of the metal attribute. They would be of great help to Yuan Zhantian when he broke through to the Supreme Being realm. Yuan Zhantian also accepted Ling Zhao's gift without hesitation. He was used to Ling Zhao's kindness. It was just that he was not good at expressing his gratitude with words. Apart from the rare Supreme Being materials traded here, there were also some distribution centers where ordinary Supreme Being materials were traded. As long as one could afford divine crystals, these common materials could be sold. Ling Xiao also did not stand on ceremony and went to buy them. He was the Supreme Being alchemist god. Any kind of divine material would be useful to him. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave the trading land space, Ling Xiao discovered that there was a tail hanging on them. Could there be a brazen plunder here? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He sent a voice transmission to Yuan Zhantian without batting an eyelid and quickly rushed out of the trading land space towards the outer domain. Sure enough, after they left at full speed, the tail chased after them. The speed at which Ling Xiao and the others rushed out was not slow. However, the speed of the pursuers was even faster. They were actually one step ahead of Ling Xiao and the others. Shockingly, there were only 2 people chasing after them. However, their strength was rather extraordinary. One of them was a high-level Supreme Being, while the other was a mid-level Supreme Being. A high-level Supreme Being was an absolute overlord in the outer domain. He actually had his eyes on Ling Xiao and the others. It was unknown if Ling Xiao and the others were too unlucky or they were too eye-catching. "May I know what the 2 of you are here for?" Ling Xiao asked with a slight frown. High-level Supreme Being. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. "Big Brother Tong, this is the person who plundered and killed our people. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died in his hands. I will never forget his aura." The mid-level Supreme Being pointed at He Yao, who was following behind Ling Xiao, and shouted. That high-level Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and thick killing intent flashed across them. "You actually dare to rob people from our Red Snake gang. You must be tired of living." This person was also very straightforward. After he shouted, he directly grabbed at He Yao. A giant fiery palm instantly arrived with abnormally overbearing power. Even if Ling Xiao and the others were already prepared, it was not easy to react and block it when they really faced it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let He Yao come out and block this move. Rumble. He Yao's divine body was directly blown up by the opponent's move. Blood splattered all over the sky. I didn't expect it to be this guy's fault. It seems that I can't explain it clearly. I need to scare him away as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he retreated. He immediately sent his divine soul doppelganger out. What should we do with Ling Xiao? This person is too strong. Yuan Zhantian's expression turned grave as he said. It's okay. He can't do anything. Ling Xiao comforted him. Then, he said to Gue Hun, Gue Hun, cooperate with me and scare them away. Chapter 1545. The Red Snake's gang was a gang that was formed by many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts on the East Territory Road. They were led by the strongest leaders and invited other Supremes to join them. They became allies and helped each other to search for rare divine items and explore more mysterious spaces. Besides the few highest leaders, everyone else was equal. However, everyone had to follow certain rules. Once they joined, they couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors and be hunted down by others. They only joined for benefits, but they could also unite and help each other. It was a new type of organization. The Red Snake's gang wasn't the only gang on the East Territory Road. There were other gangs. Among these gangs, the Red Snake's gang had the most members and their strength wasn't ordinary. They were ranked at the top. He Yao's group was a pirate. It was important for them to choose their targets. Usually, they didn't dare to attack the big gangs. However, the people they had robbed weren't really members of the Red Snake's gang. They were just here to join the Red Snake's gang. Those people didn't have the symbol of the Red Snake's gang. That was why they dared to rob them. In the end, one of them was really from the Red Snake gang. By the time He Yao and the others confirmed it, it was already too late. They had already killed 2 people. The enmity had already been sown, so they might as well kill everyone else. In the end, one of He Yao's group managed to escape. The one who escaped was the mid-level incipient God Realm expert, Lan Huajing. Now that He Yao had been recognized, and the other side had a high-level incipient God Realm expert here, it wasn't just a small problem. Ling Xiao had asked He Yao to block the other's furious attack. His god body had exploded. The difference in strength was too big. Ling Xiao knew that they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their best option was to fight to the death. Moreover, it wasn't like Ling Xiao didn't have any chance to fight back. If they fought to the death, it was hard to say who would be the winner. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice faded, the ghost's horn immediately shot out an invisible soul power towards the high-level supreme expert, Tong Bai. Tong Bai exclaimed, "It's this damned ghost beast." He cursed inwardly, and his divine soul immediately entered a strict state of defense. After reaching the level of a high-level sovereign, the strength of one spirit was definitely not any weaker than that of a mid-level sovereign. They had very powerful methods to deal with soul power and would not be easily killed. If it was a surprise attack, it might be able to deal more damage. But now that Tong Bai had recognized the identity of the ghost, he naturally had to be on guard. He summoned his mid-tier holy beast, and Lan Huajing, who was beside him, also entered battle mode. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar had already appeared, and when it got close to Tong Bai, it immediately executed the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing art, catching Tong Bai off guard. Tong Bai wanted to end the battle quickly. He wanted to kill the ghost spirit beast first. But suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He had no choice but to enter his strongest defensive state. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao's divine soul attacked with all of its power, and many turbulent air currents were blasted away. The energy shrouded Tong Bai, and the bombardment forced him to retreat continuously. Tong Bai had to protect his divine soul, and at the same time he had to defend against this inexplicable attack. It actually made him a little flustered. Tong Bai wasn't simple either. He had predicted the direction of Ling Xiao's divine soul attack, and he had launched a powerful counterattack, completely sealing the space around him, and bombarding it unceasingly. Countless trees and green vines surrounded him, and the trunks were like pillars that supported the sky, constantly sweeping around. No one could even dream of approaching him. His holy beast had already cooperated with Lan Huajing to attack Ling Xiao's group. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically, because the other side suddenly had 5 more incipient God Realm experts, and 2 of them were mid-level incipient God Realm experts. They directly surrounded his holy beast and Lan Huajing, and killed them. Originally, Tong Bai thought that with his power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill these people in front of him. But now, the other party had a ghost beast that was difficult to deal with, and also an expert who knew how to conceal himself, forcing him to be unable to split his attention, and his holy beast and companions were in danger. This made him incomparably angry, but he was helpless. "All of you stop. If you dare to kill my brother Lan, you will have to face the endless pursuit of the Red Snake Gang." Tong Bai shouted in fear as he dashed towards the ghost soul. If he could kill it, everything would be easy. However, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was holding him back, but it seemed to be a little powerless. "Damn it! You really forced me to kill you," Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He recalled his god soul clone, and planned to use soul power to directly kill Tong Bai. At this moment, Tong Bai had already caught up with the ghost soul. His face was ferocious as he shouted, "Bastard! Die for me!" After saying that, a green palm formed a spatial prison that locked the direction of the ghost's movement. It was about to crush the ghost to death. Roar! At this moment, Dragon Fifth, who had been motionless all this time, finally went crazy. He instantly transformed into his original body, and his battle power was raised to the maximum. A dragon roar rushed out, shattering the surrounding space. Although Tong Bai was strong, his eardrums were deafened by the terrifying dragon roar, and he quickly retreated. "What a true dragon divine beast!" Tong Bai exclaimed. Dragon Fifth's body swayed, and he opened his mouth wide. A ray of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed towards Tong Bai. Tong Bai didn't have any stage fright, and he slapped out with his bare hands, wanting to destroy the golden light. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul had already returned, and he used all his soul power to attack. With the amplification from the dragon and phoenix divine souls, a shadowless golden dragon spear shot straight towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The ghost soul wasn't idle either. Countless soul-chasing needles also shot towards Tong Bai's divine soul. The most terrifying thing about a soul power attack was that it couldn't be detected. Furthermore, it was aimed at the vital parts of the divine soul. Once hit, it was difficult to recover. Tong Bai was in for a tragedy. Before he could erase Dragon Fifth's power, his divine soul was suddenly hit by two powerful soul power attacks. The defense of his divine soul was completely destroyed, and he was directly injured. Just as he screamed, Dragon Fifth's golden light engulfed him. Even a high-level supreme being would have to suffer under such a two-pronged attack. At this moment, Lan Jinghua and Tong Bai's holy beast were surrounded and killed by the marauders that Ling Xiao had subdued. When Dragon Fifth's golden light exploded, all the turbulent astral winds in the surroundings turned into nothingness. Everything reverberated incessantly. The best thing about fighting in the outer domain was that there was no need to worry about destroying everything. This was because everything in the outer domain was originally a void, and there were many turbulent flows. They wouldn't accidentally hurt others, and they wouldn't accidentally destroy other living beings or their habitats. Just you wait. Our Red Snake Gang will not let you off. Tong Bai actually didn't die. He was only seriously injured and disappeared into the endless void. Brother Yuan, we must get out of here immediately. Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian understood the gravity of the situation. He nodded and followed Ling Xiao in the other direction. They were lucky that they could scare Tong Bai away. After all, Tong Bai didn't know that they had all kinds of trump cards. If he had brought more supreme beings and incipient god realm experts, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. If they were recognized again, it wouldn't be so easy for them. Ling Xiao was also very depressed. He had just captured a few puppet guards, but he didn't expect to cause even more trouble. From these puppets, he knew that the Red Snake Gang had hundreds of members and was a famous existence on the East Domain Road. They even had two peak supreme beings and incipient god realm experts. They were the strongest existences on the East Domain Road. Unless Ling Zhao's group turned back immediately and stopped moving forward, they would definitely be chased by the Red Snake Gang again. After all, Tong Bai's position in the Red Snake Gang wasn't low. If he escaped, he would use some special means to spread the news to the other members, asking them to put up arrest warrants for Ling Zhao's group. He would also issue a reward to the other gangs. Whoever could kill them would be rewarded handsomely. These were the common methods used by the gangs to kill their enemies. After fleeing for half a month, Ling Zhao's group stopped to rest in a space with many turbulent meteorites. Brother Yuan, it seems like you have to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to go any further. Ling Xiao said with a serious face. Now he knew how dangerous the East Domain Road was. Even with their strength, it was still difficult. If Yuan Zhantian didn't break through and become a true supreme being, he was afraid that even his doppelganger wouldn't be able to take care of him. Yuan Zhantian frowned and said, "Even with the help of divine materials, I can only reach the peak of the half-incipient god realm. I'm afraid I can't go any further." Yuan Zhantian also didn't expect that there would be so many experts on the East Domain Road. Their situation had already changed. If he didn't advance, it would be impossible for him to continue following Ling Xiao. Unless he turned back now, accidents could happen at any time. This is a supreme divinity elixir. Take it. Although it will have a slight impact on you, it will recover sooner or later. Ling Xiao took out a supreme divinity elixir and handed it to Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao knew that Yuan Zhantian's advancement was the same as his. Yuan Zhantian didn't need the help of pills. However, the current situation left them with no other choice. Yes, after I break through, I will definitely kill to my heart's content here. Yuan Zhantian shouted with a strong desire to fight. Of course, no one can easily stop us from moving forward. Ling Xiao replied confidently. But won't it be inappropriate to break through here? Yuan Zhantian asked worriedly. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will be a problem, Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. The secret technique he had practiced for so many years could finally be put to good use at this moment. Chapter 1546. The Myriad Realms of Brahma was an ancient illusory technique that Ling Xiao had obtained from the ruins of the Holy Sun sect in the Xianling continent's sand region. Ling Xiao had practiced it for many years, but he had only used it a few times. Now that his power had increased by leaps and bounds, he was naturally more proficient in using illusory techniques. In this foreign land, dangers lurked everywhere. Now that he had offended the Red Snake Gang, they could find him at any time. If that happened, it would affect Yuan Zhantian's breakthrough. That would be big trouble. Ordinary illusory techniques could trap a powerful supreme being for a while, but to trap them completely, one would need to have a higher attainment in illusory techniques. However, any illusory technique would not be an obstacle to an expert born with divine eyes. They could see through all illusions. But now, Ling Xiao was confident that his illusory technique could trap any supreme being or incipient god realm expert. This was because he had obtained the illusory eye mirror stone from the illusory demon. This illusory eye mirror stone could not only allow him to observe anything within hundreds of thousands of miles, but it could also be used as the eye of the array to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Humans and beasts would be affected and trapped in the illusion forever. If not for the fact that he did not have a powerful trump card like the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could only die in the illusion. The powerful illusion that Ling Xiao had set up was enough for Yuan Zhantian to break through here with peace of mind. Besides, Ling Xiao also had a plan in mind. If the Red Snake Gang really sent someone to find them, that would be what he was looking forward to the most. He also wanted to see if the illusory technique he had set up was also heaven-defying, so that he could have a stronger trump card to kill. After Ling Xiao had set up the illusory technique, he took out the illusory eye mirror stone and suppressed it within the illusory array. Then, he let Yuan Zhantian break through not far from him. As for the long-armed Iron Monkey King, it was also qualified to break through. However, it obviously wanted to wait for Yuan Zhantian to succeed before swallowing the beast core to break through. As long as Yuan Zhantian and his helpers could break through, Ling Xiao would be at ease and bring him to kill his enemies. Once everything was ready, Yuan Zhantian entered a state of adjustment and quickly consumed the Supreme God Elixir to break through. Ling Xiao sat in front of the illusionary eye mirror stone, observing all movements around him, ready to face the enemy at any time. The stronger the incipient god realm experts were, the more supernatural abilities they had. As a high-level supreme being, Tong Bai had a bit of fame in this boundless outer realm. Although he was heavily injured and had fled far away, he could still find supreme divine materials to heal his soul injuries. Could it be that after half a month, he had already made contact with a group from the Red Snake Gang and used the method of expending his essence blood to find the general direction in which Ling Xiao and the others had fled? Then, he quickly led his men in pursuit. This time, Tong Bai brought a total of 11 people with him. All of them were members of the Red Snake Gang. Their robes were adorned with a red snake badge, representing their identity. Other than Tong Bai, there was another person who possessed the cultivation of a high-level Supreme Master, while the other 10 were all at the mid-level and low-level. That high-level Supreme Being was called Chao Tsong. Although he was at the same level as Tong Bai, his battle prowess was above Tong Bai's. Moreover, he possessed a high-level ancient god artifact spear that was connected to his mind, allowing him to unleash his full strength. After all, many supreme beings at incipient god realm couldn't upgrade their weapons to the same level. Sometimes they could only fight with their fists, which was a disadvantage. In this aspect, Chao Tsong had an advantage over the other supreme beings. Old Tong, you said that those pirates have the protection of the Golden Dragon? Chao Tsong asked Tong Bai. Of course. Do you think I'm wrong? I almost suffered a big loss at its hands. It's an existence at the middle of level 11. Once it reaches another level, it will definitely be able to move unhindered in outer realm. Tong Bai replied. He could persuade Chao Cao to come with him because Chao Cao cultivated the metal element. He would be very interested in the metal element true dragon. Of course. The golden dragon divine beast. It's said that it's a seat exclusive to the Jin clan. Ling Taichu used it to sweep through the outer domain and was almost invincible. If it wasn't for his arrogance, he wouldn't have been hunted down by so many supremes. We haven't heard any news about him for the past 10,000 years. I wonder if he has returned to the heavenly domain space. Now that the golden dragon divine beast has appeared, I wonder if the Jin clan has come again. Chao Chao said with a hint of expectation. You're right, old Chao. If you're able to seize that golden dragon divine beast, it will definitely be able to assist you in becoming the leader once it advances. Tong Bai said in a slightly respectful tone. Then he continued, but we have to be careful. They have a ghost beast and a hidden expert. I suffered a huge loss a few days ago. Soul power attacks are too strange. It's been many years since someone with such a skill has appeared. Could it be that the other races have risen again? Chao Cao asked with concern. This one might be an orphan. He's only a mid-level supreme being. With our strength, we should be able to kill them all with lightning speed. Tong Bai said with a sinister look. Let's hope so. I wonder if they've escaped far enough. Chao Cao sighed. Several days later, they finally caught up to Ling Zhao's group with their unfathomable methods. My essence blood can sense that they should be hiding nearby. Maybe this is their nest. Tong Bai looked around cautiously and transmitted his voice to the others. At this moment, all of them summoned their holy beasts one by one and immediately entered the most cautious mode. The other party had the strongest true dragon divine beast. They couldn't afford to be careless, but they didn't know that they were about to enter a powerful illusion. What awaited them was the beginning of the path of death. Within the illusion array, Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. As expected, they've chased us all the way here. How persistent. But this is exactly what I wanted. He poured his energy into the illusory eye mirror stone and immediately destroyed the array's amplification effect. The array entered its most powerful state. Tong Bai, Chao Cao, and the others were immediately affected by the illusion. Be it their vision or divine sense, they were all blinded. They were hallucinating. They saw their old enemies, or were being chased by their loved ones, or were in some kind of desperate situation that scared them out of their wits. They lost their companions, or fought each other without realizing it. 12 people had entered the illusory array, but none of them could break it. Tong Bai and Chao Cao were the strongest. Not only had they killed many of their companions, but they were also attacking each other crazily without realizing it. They saw that their opponents had turned into another person. Their minds weren't under their control anymore, and they were fighting with their full strength. Ling Xiao watched the fierce battle through the illusory eye mirror stone. He was so happy. With the illusory eye mirror stone, I have a super weapon. Even if a supreme expert falls in here, if he can't break my illusory array, he will die. Ling Xiao was so happy, talking to himself. At the same time, he sent his god soul to their battlefield. He wanted to end this battle ahead of time. Shi Yan took the items of the dead incipient god realm experts into his bag. He also absorbed their god souls. He didn't waste anything. There were a few that were in a dying state, and all of them were controlled by him to strengthen his puppet army. In the end, only Tong Bai and Chao Cao were left. They were like mortal enemies using their lives to attack each other. Tong Bai wasn't Chao Cao's opponent. His god body exploded, leaving only his god soul. What a pity, such an expert. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. He swallowed Tong Bai's god soul. He wanted to recruit Tong Bai, but he was one step too late. Chao Cao didn't have an opponent, but his hallucinations didn't disappear. He was still attacking the space around him, using up his god power. No matter how strong a warrior was, his energy would reach its limit. Chao Cao was no exception. Just as Ling Xiao thought Chao Cao was exhausted, he quietly attacked him. He wanted to use up the last bit of Chao Cao's energy and capture him, but at that moment, Chao Cao, who was already on the verge of collapsing, suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy. The ancient god artifact in his hand shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped in fright. He was invisible now. Ordinary people couldn't sense his existence. However, the power of this attack was a little strange. It didn't seem to reach the full power of a high-level supreme expert. At most, it was the power of a peak mid-level supreme expert. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He pushed his power to the peak and blocked the attack. Rumble. Ling Xiao was blown away by this attack. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and cracked. Chao Cao didn't chase after him. Instead, he held the ancient divine weapon and dashed out of the formation. Ling Xiao felt Chao Cao's weak aura and found that he was still in a daze. His eyes flashed with doubt. How can he still run? Is this the divine weapon protecting its master? Seeing that Chao Cao was getting farther and farther away, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out, "Where's Dragon Fifth? Stop him!" If they let this high-level supreme expert escape, it would be a great loss. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, Dragon Fifth rushed out from a direction and spat out golden light at Chao Cao, wanting to blast him down. However, Chao Cao's ancient divine weapon's power was extraordinary. It was able to speed up Chao Cao's escape. Dragon Fifth's sneak attack had no effect. In the blink of an eye, Chao Cao was already out of the illusory formation. His mind had regained some clarity, and he shuddered. He sped up with all his might, cursing inwardly. "Damn it! I fell for it." Chapter 1547. In the boundless void, there was a space filled with rocks. A high-grade supreme expert was using his high-grade ancient god weapon to escape at high speed. Behind him, he could still hear the terrifying roar of a true dragon. Cao Cao panicked. It had been many years since he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. He had fallen into an illusion and could not get out of it. This was the first time in 1,000 years that he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. With his strength, even a normal supreme martial artist's illusory technique would not be able to confuse his mind. Fortunately, he had the help of his ancient god weapon, which had fused with his body and mind. When he was about to be killed by the opponent, it had protected him and brought him out of the illusion. What kind of people are they? How could they set up such a powerful illusion formation? Could they be that person's disciples? Cao Cao swallowed a divine pellet to recover. He was very aggrieved as he thought to himself. According to Tong Bai, besides the strange soul power attack, the opponent's power was not worth mentioning. But now, besides the soul power attack, the opponent could also set up a powerful illusion technique. He had already set up the formation, waiting for them to come and catch them all in one fell swoop. He was a dignified high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm, but he could not even touch a hair of the opponent and had to run away. If this matter was spread out, he would lose all his face. However, he did not have time to think about this problem. He had to leave as soon as possible. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future, Cao Cao swore in his mind. Even if a high-grade supreme expert at incipient god realm was injured, he could escape at full speed. Even Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth could not catch him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. His doppelganger returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Yuan Zhantian had entered the breakthrough stage. It would not end soon. He still needed to use the pellets to understand the key points of the supreme expert and incipient god realm. Ling Xiao knew that the person who ran away would not bring more people here in a short time. He controlled the few people who had lost their fighting power and began to absorb the god soul power. These god souls had all reached the supreme expert level. To him, they were super supplements that could quickly strengthen his god soul power. He had already provoked a strong enemy, and his life could be in danger at any time on this region path. Every bit of increase in strength was the best insurance. While Yuan Zhantian was breaking through, Ling Xiao was also making use of his time to accumulate strength. After several months, Yuan Zhantian finally succeeded in breaking through. His breakthrough caused a phenomenon that shocked the surroundings. Many terrifying heavenly lightning bolts blasted towards him with rolling thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning bolts as thick as heavenly pillars suddenly appeared in the void and bombarded Yuan Zhantian's position. When Ling Xiao saw this terrifying scene, he immediately packed his things and ran as far as he could. This breakthrough actually caused heavenly lightning to descend. Just what is going on? Ling Xiao asked with an extremely puzzled expression. This huge area of heavenly lightning was enough to completely destroy an ancient mountain range. Even an ordinary supreme expert, incipient god realm expert, and the 11 holy beasts would have a hard time withstanding it. At this time, the long-armed Iron Monkey King let out a sharp voice. The Holy Prince is born from heaven and earth. Every time he breaks through a great barrier, he will naturally suffer from the heavenly lightning. If he can't even endure the heavenly lightning, then he will vanish into thin air. However, after enduring the heavenly lightning, his strength is not something we can compare with. The long-armed Iron Monkey King's eyes were filled with deep worry. Even it was afraid of this terrifying heavenly lightning power. It could only hope that its holy prince could withstand it. This was a heavenly barrier. Once Yuan Zhantian crossed it, it would be hard for him to meet an opponent within the same realm as him. Even if he met someone at a higher realm than him, he would still have the power to fight. Within the heavenly lightning sea, Yuan Zhantian had already transformed into a real sacred battle ape. His body had already expanded several times. His entire body was covered in golden hair. His eyes were bloodshot. He faced the sky, pounded his chest, and roared. At the same time, he continued to counterattack the heavenly lightning. However, there were too many heavenly lightning. With so many of them pouring down at once, he was bombarded until his skin and flesh split open. Blood splashed everywhere. He continued to roar and resist. However, this only made the heavenly lightning even more powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning became even more abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao, who was watching this scene from afar, felt his scalp go numb. Is he going to transform into a sacred battle ape? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yuan Zhantian had indeed evolved into a sacred battle ape. After he withstood this batch of heavenly lightning, he would definitely have an even stronger fighting capacity. The long-armed Iron Monkey King and the Diamond Ape King kept roaring. They wanted to rush over to help Yuan Zhantian, but they also knew that they could not do anything about this heavenly lightning. The power of this heavenly lightning is very strong and pure. If I let my spiritual avatar enter and cleanse it, I believe it will be of help. Ling Xiao thought. In fact, he was afraid that Yuan Zhantian could not withstand it. Letting Yuan Zhantian's spiritual avatar enter and help him remove the impurities in his spiritual soul at the same time. This was killing two birds with one stone. Roar! Seeing that Yuan Zhantian had already been bombarded beyond recognition, his roars sounded so painful. However, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. The golden rod appeared in his hand, and he was also receiving the heavenly lightning's baptism. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao finally summoned his spiritual avatar and directly rushed towards the heavenly lightning. Boom! Boom! The power of the heavenly lightning was boundless and vast. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul was instantly bombarded until it was in pain. Fortunately, his spiritual avatar had the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist and was able to withstand the power of the heavenly lightning. If his spiritual avatar's strength was still at the low level, it would have been destroyed the moment it entered the heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul rushed to Yuan Zhantian's side and directly blocked the heavenly lightning above Yuan Zhantian's head. The Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art met the heavenly lightning head-on. The heavenly lightning around Yuan Zhantian was blocked, and he immediately had a chance to take a breather. He quickly circulated his energy to heal his injuries. As Ling Xiao faced the bombardment of power, his body was completely cleansed by the heavenly lightning. The impurities of the soul power that he absorbed from others were all expelled from his body. His soul power became purer and his body became more perfect. Just as he thought he could easily block the heavenly lightning, an even more majestic power flashed in the void. The power of the heavenly lightning had actually reached the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Damn, what's going on? It actually became stronger. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He felt the pressure increase and his body was in more and more pain from the bombardment. He was starting to feel like he could not bear it anymore. Ling Xiao had an indomitable spirit. In the face of a stronger power, he would not retreat immediately. He fully activated his 70-fold combat power and continued to fight the heavenly lightning with his dragon fists. How much longer do I have to hold on for? If this goes on, I can only retreat. Ling Xiao realized that the power of the heavenly lightning was increasing along with his strength. You can retreat. I'm fine. At this time, Yuan Zhantian's voice sounded faintly. At this moment, his supreme martial artist aura had begun to stabilize. His strength was rising and his eyes were filled with confidence. Then you must hold on. I'm still waiting to fight with you. Ling Xiao said as he quickly left the lightning zone, no longer helping Yuan Zhantian to bear the brunt of the lightning strikes. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul quickly returned to his sea of knowledge. Only then did he feel refreshed. The impurities that had been absorbed from other spiritual souls were all cleaned up. His spiritual soul became purer and stronger. At this moment, Yuan Zhantian's countenance was much more dignified as he faced the sky lightning attacks. Every punch and every swing of his cudgel would disperse the sky lightning, and the damage inflicted by the sky lightning that struck his body was greatly reduced. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King finally relaxed when they saw this. They both believed that Yuan Zhantian would definitely be able to pass this heaven's dispatch. After a whole day of heavenly lightning, the heavenly lightning finally dispersed. Yuan Zhantian was exhausted and seriously injured. However, he had indeed passed this heaven's dispatch and became a true supreme martial saint ape. Roar! Yuan Zhantian let out a long roar. A golden light burst out from his body. That aura caused the surrounding space to ripple. Yuan Zhantian's body gradually shrunk and he slowly returned to his human form. His aura was also completely restrained. The Tongbi Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King quickly flew towards Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao also followed. He took out a divine elixir to let Yuan Zhantian recover his strength first. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to catch up again, Ling Xiao said emotionally. Yuan Zhantian's advancement speed was so fast that even he felt the pressure multiplying. Yuan Zhantian was not the least bit excited. He remained calm and said, "There's still a gap between us. However, our battle is not far away." "Haha, I'm looking forward to it," Ling Xiao replied with a laugh. After a pause, he added, "Hurry up and recover from your injuries. I believe there are many enemies waiting for us to go over. I hope the more the better. Otherwise, I will feel very unhappy." Yuan Zhantian replied faintly and closed his eyes to recuperate. What a pervert! Ling Xiao scolded in his heart. Next, Ling Xiao and the rest were not in a hurry to continue their journey. They waited for the Tongbi Iron Monkey King to advance before continuing their journey. After absorbing Tong Bai's soul, Ling Xiao already understood the strength of the Red Snake Gang and the various dangerous places on the region path. If they continued to head east, they would definitely encounter the Red Snake Gang again. They had to be prepared to fight at any time. To the combative Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian, this was the journey they were looking forward to. That way, they would not feel lonely and bored along the way. What they did not know was that this feast would be unforgettable for them. Chapter 1548. Every domain path had been traversed repeatedly by predecessors. The danger level of the route was much lower than wandering randomly in other regions. However, there were still many obstacles along the way. Many of the 5 elemental turbulence and spatial powers caused a lot of trouble for ordinary supreme beings. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others also encountered many obstacles as they passed through these regions. However, they did not cause too much harm to them. Along the way, Ling Xiao received many divine materials. Although they were not of much use to him, they could be used to refine pills or auctioned off. Either way, it would be a considerable windfall. As for the few holy beasts that came with him, they had absorbed a lot of origin energy and their speed of improvement was soaring rapidly. In addition, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian had already encountered no less than 3 waves of attacks along the way. These people did not dare to attack openly. Instead, they chose to launch fatal sneak attacks, hoping to kill Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others when they least expected it. However, how powerful was Ling Xiao's perception ability? He would always recognize their sneak attacks one step ahead, and then launch a merciless massacre against them. The strongest among them was only a peak mid-level supreme being. They did not pose much of a threat to Yuan Zhantian and Yuan Zhantian. Some of them were controlled by Ling Xiao, while the rest were mercilessly killed. Ling Xiao absorbed their souls and understood that these people had received the Red Snake Gang's wanted order. That was why they took the risk to kill them and claim their heads for the reward. Ling Xiao had all kinds of powerful trump cards, enough for him to charge through the outer regions. Yuan Zhantian, who had advanced, was almost invincible among those of the same level. The continuous battles made him feel extremely refreshed. "Brother Yuan, there is already a large army waiting for us on land not far away. Do you still want to charge?" Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian. "Of course I want to charge. Since there are high-level supreme beings, I'll let you handle them," Yuan Zhantian said with a rare sense of humor. The previous 3 waves of troops weren't large in number and weren't particularly valiant. The place in front of them was where the members of the Red Snake Gang were gathered. It was believed that what awaited them was definitely an extremely powerful existence. "I don't have the confidence to deal with them. Let's change our route," Ling Xiao said as he shrugged. Ling Xiao still had some self-awareness. Although he had controlled quite a number of sovereign puppets, none of them had reached a high level of cultivation. If he were to clash head-on with the members of the Red Snake Gang, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "Whatever you say," Yuan Zhantian answered without hesitation. "And on the right, we have to go around a scorched stone space. The scorched stone space is extremely dense, and it has a terrifying gravitational field. If we want to go around it, it will be quite troublesome. On the left, there is a black hole space. It seems that no one who went in has ever come out. It seems that we have no other choice," Ling Xiao said as he stood still and looked at the route. "You're talking nonsense. If we don't go now, they will be here," Yuan Zhantian said as he dashed towards the right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you want to fight? I'm just giving you a chance to show off. Why are you leaving first when the others are here?" As Ling Xiao said that, he followed Yuan Zhantian into the scorched stone space. In another direction, a total of more than 20 incipient God Realm experts riding holy beasts were charging towards them. They were all members of the Red Snake Gang. The one leading them was Chao Caocong, who had escaped earlier. Beside him were 2 other existences at the same level as him. The rest of them were at the middle to low level. "I thought that they would really dare to ignore our Red Snake Gang. It seems that they are afraid," a high-level supreme expert beside Chao Caocong said with a cold smile. "Yeah, I thought that they really had a lot of trump cards. Brother Chao, you asked me to take out the illusion-breaking technique. Don't let them be useless," another high-level supreme expert said hurriedly to Chao Caocong. These 2 were called Chu Jinlu and Xiang Guangming. Their positions in the Red Snake Gang were the same as Chao Caocong's. They were all supremes from outer space who had been roaming the East Territory for many years. Chao Caocong said with a stern face, "Old Tong and the others are dead. Do you think I'm lying to you? They must have escaped into the scorched stone space to take a detour. Perhaps they are waiting for us to arrive inside. We must not be careless. This scorched stone space is troublesome. It's impossible to set up an illusion. Of course, we won't all go in. Old Chao, Old Xiang, and I will go in. The rest of you stay here and send someone to inform the gang. If they come out of the scorched stone space, then we'll capture and kill them," Chu Jinlu said with a frown. "Old Chu is right. There are things waiting for them inside that they can't imagine. It's enough for us to go in." Xiang Guangming nodded. Chao Caocong did not have any objections. After all, the situation inside was very complicated. If the others went in, they would probably be in danger. It would be better for the strongest of them to go in. That way, they would be able to deal with everything. After making up their minds, Chao Caocong, Chu Jinlu, and Xiang Guangming chased after Ling Xiao and the others. In the scorched stone space, there were naturally countless chaotic flows of scorched stone. Huge rocks that were as big as half a mountain were constantly colliding with each other here. Pieces of stone fragments were constantly exploding and splashing, producing shocking explosions. There was also a powerful gravitational field with a terrifying gravity that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal. Any divine king who landed here would be immediately crushed into a puddle of blood. Even Supremes would find it extremely difficult to fly here. After Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the others entered, they immediately fell from the sky. At the same time, countless chaotic flows of scorched stones smashed towards them. The ghost, which was known for its speed, was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. It let out a cry, looking extremely battered and exhausted. "Come back!" Ling Xiao immediately called out to the ghost. The ghost immediately contacted Ling Xiao and was sucked into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao. At this time, several boulders flew towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. The impact of each boulder was abnormally terrifying. Ling Xiao was distracted. The giant rocks were about to hit him. Dragon Fifth, who was beside him, had already transformed into his true form. He directly roared at the rocks. Roar! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorched stones were immediately shattered by the terrifying dragon roar. Dragon Fifth swayed his body and used his body to send Ling Xiao flying. At the same time, he used his powerful body to continuously sweep the scorched stones, smashing them one by one. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King also suffered the same impact. However, their bodies were abnormally strong, and the long-armed Iron Monkey King had advanced to the mid-stage of rank 11. Its iron arms were practically indestructible and could sweep away all the scorched stones. Ling Xiao looked back at them and shouted, "Brother Yuan, hurry up and get on Dragon Fifth's body. Hurry up and leave this place." They seemed to have entered. Yuan Zhantian knew the severity of the situation and did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. He had his long-armed Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King transform and leap onto Dragon Fifth's body. In the face of such a terrifying aura, Dragon Fifth had to use all his strength to resist everything. With a swing of his dragon tail, he charged forward. However, his speed was obviously 100 times slower than before. Furthermore, he had to face the continuous impact of the scorched stones. Could be said that it was difficult to move even an inch forward. If Dragon Fifth relied on his own strength to break through and advance, it would not be easy for him to leave this place. Furthermore, it would be easy for the people chasing behind him to catch up. "Brother Yuan, let's lend Dragon Fifth a hand and use all our strength to block more scorched stones for him," Ling Xiao exclaimed to Yuan Zhantian. After saying that, he took the lead on the dragon's head and attacked the scorched stones that were flying towards him, smashing them all into pieces. On the dragon's body, Yuan Zhantian, the long-armed Iron Monkey King, and the Diamond Ape King all helped Dragon Fifth. The 5 supreme beings forcibly tore open a long crack in the scorched stone space and shot forward. Dragon Fifth's physical strength was in no way inferior to that of a high-level supreme being. After the obstruction was reduced, his speed naturally increased by a lot. However, the speed at which the 3 supreme beings charged over from behind them was even faster. They were the true high-level supreme beings. Furthermore, they were much more familiar with the scorched stone space than Ling Xiao and the rest. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. 3 different auras actually intertwined together, forming a powerful defensive light. It actually forcefully pushed away all the charred rocks that were charging at them. They were not affected by the charred rocks, and they didn't need to break them one by one to advance. They actually managed to escape. Looks like they do have some ability. However, it's impossible for them to escape from our pursuit. Chu Jinlu sneered. He specialized in the earth attribute and had once entered this place to cultivate the gravitational field. Naturally, he was like a fish in water here. He helped Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming chase forward with irresistible force. Although Ling Xiao and the rest's speed was much faster than when they first entered, it was still not enough. If this continued, they would be caught up very quickly. They came really fast. However, they did not bring many people in. Why don't we stop and fight them? Yuan Zhantian suggested. They don't have many people, but can't you sense their auras? With our strength, it will be difficult for us to deal with one of them, let alone all of them, Ling Xiao said. If the ghost could remain unharmed here, they could still put up a fight. After all, its soul power attacks were no weaker than his, and it could help him restrain one of them. However, it could not stand in this gravitational field at all. Dragon Fifth could barely block one of them, but he and Yuan Zhantian were no match for them. Furthermore, there were no high-level supreme beings among his puppets, so they posed no threat to the ghost. Ling Xiao was clearly a little anxious. When they escaped here, they had originally intended to make use of the terrain to escape. However, it seemed like the terrain was restricting them instead. Just as they were at their wits' end, something strange happened in front of them. Chapter 1549. The scorched stone space, in addition to the countless scorched stones and turbulent flows, also had a gravitational field. For ordinary supremes, this was definitely a dangerous place. Without the slightest ability, it was impossible to survive here. But in addition to these dangers, there was another kind of danger here. The giant golem was a kind of mutant that was neither human nor beast. They did not have any life force, but they could rely on devouring Shi Yen to survive. They looked a little similar to humans, but they were as huge as mountains. Moreover, their entire bodies were made of stone. They were extremely strong, and a casual punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. A casual kick was enough to crush stars. This was enough to prove the terror of these giant golems. They generally would not take the initiative to attack any living creature, but if any living creature entered their territory, they would definitely not let it go. Now, Ling Xiao and the others had flown into their territory. From the memories of the remnant souls that he had absorbed, Ling Xiao naturally knew that there were giant golems in this scorched stone space. They had no choice but to hide here. After all, although the giant golems were powerful and dangerous, they could also use them to block the pursuers. In front of Ling Xiao and the others, giant golems that were like mountains appeared one after another. Their entire body was similar to humans, with a head, a body, and 4 limbs. However, they did not have any life force. They were all made of gray rock, as if they were carved statues. It was very strange. They were not affected by the gravitational field here and could move freely. Their movements were very mechanical. Each of them was grabbing these attacking scorched stones and swallowing them, making cracking sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Dragon Fifth originally wanted to use his speed to fly over directly, but he was discovered by these giant golems. They actually casually grabbed the floating scorched stones and smashed them towards Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth, be careful. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he cried out to Dragon Fifth. He discovered that the power of these scorched stones that were smashing towards him was abnormally terrifying. If he was hit, it would really be difficult to bear. Ling Xiao originally thought that these lifeless giant golems did not have any life force perception, and their speed would definitely be very slow. It should not be a problem to dodge them. Now, he had completely miscalculated. This was their territory, so they naturally had their own advantages and their own fighting style. Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. He roared and swayed his dragon body, continuously smashing the scorched stones into powder. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the rest also took action to help share the burden. However, there were a lot of gigantic boulder people nearby. There were at least a few hundred of them. They were all throwing scorched stones at them, and many of them were charging at them, completely blocking their path. No matter which incipient god realm expert it was, they all felt their scalp tingle when they saw the rain of Jiao Shiyu filling the sky. The 3 incipient god realm experts who had just caught up with him halted and didn't chase after him anymore. Although these big guys don't have much intelligence, it won't be easy to break through them. When they can't hold on any longer, we'll take them down. I believe they have a lot of good things on them. Chu Jinlu sneered. Among the three of them, he was the leader, so he was definitely a little stronger than the other two. What if they break through? Chao Caocong hated that he couldn't go and capture Ling Zhao's group immediately. He looked at the true dragon divine beast with metal attribute, his eyes burning with desire. If he could subdue it, even Chu Jinlu would have to be wary of him. Xiang Guangming seemed to see through Chao Caocong's mind. He smiled and said, "Old Chao, you're worried about that true dragon divine beast, right? Don't worry. True dragon divine beasts have extremely strong bodies. Moreover, they're very arrogant. Even if we go there and take care of them, you can't subdue that true dragon divine beast. Why don't you let it taste some pain first? After you go and save it, perhaps it will follow you. It's not easy to subdue it. Let's watch first. Perhaps they'll be smashed into meat paste by those big guys." Chu Jinlu said. The three supremes didn't enter the territory of the gigantic boulder people. They waited for Ling Zhao's group to consume enough energy before they went in to capture them. Currently, the situation on Ling Zhao's side was rather perilous. The rocks charging at them were troublesome enough to begin with. With the gigantic boulder people blocking and smashing them, they were badly battered. Ling Zhao and the others followed Dragon Fifth's relentless attempts to block the incoming scorched rocks. Their blood was boiling from the impact. Dragon Fifth could no longer fly forward because he was already surrounded by the gigantic boulder people. Unless they could destroy them, they could escape from this area. Dragon Fifth, transform back into your human form. That way it won't be as easy to get hit. We'll use our speed to quickly pass by them. If we really can't avoid them, then destroy the stone core in their abdomen. Otherwise, attacking other parts of their body is useless. Ling Zhao exclaimed. At the same time, he also summoned 3 supreme-level puppets. They were mid-level and specialized in the earth attribute. They would help them break through this place. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Zhao's instructions and transformed back into his human form. The pressure was greatly reduced. He punched out violently and broke the rocks, opening a path for Ling Zhao's group at the forefront. However, the gigantic boulder people were already close. One of the gigantic boulder people raised its stone fist and punched at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's figure grew a lot bigger. He also punched at it. Rumble. Under this punch, one of the gigantic boulder people's stone arms was directly crippled by Dragon Fifth. However, its figure didn't move at all, nor did it feel any pain. Its other stone fist smashed down again. Moreover, the other destroyed arm actually gathered the nearby rocks and condensed into a shape again. It recovered. Dragon Fifth didn't seem to expect that he couldn't do anything to the gigantic boulder people. He immediately increased his strength again and smashed at the gigantic boulder people. Ling Zhao wanted to remind Dragon Fifth to hit the gigantic boulder people's abdomen again. However, he was also facing the gigantic boulder people's attacks. One of the gigantic boulder people raised a piece of scorched rock and smashed it at him. Ling Zhao activated his 70 times combat power and dodged the stone's attack at full speed. Unfortunately, there was another stone coming at him from another direction, so he had no choice but to destroy it with a punch. One punch was earth-shattering, and the other punch destroyed space. The scorched rock was smashed, but the pressure it brought to Ling Zhao was so great that he was directly sent flying. His body smashed heavily into another scorched rock. His entire body was in excruciating pain. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before a giant fist smashed down on his head. The power was so terrifying that it could completely turn an ordinary supreme being into minced meat. In fact, the gigantic boulder people's attack was not fast. If it was anywhere else, any supreme being could dodge it. However, in this space with a terrifying gravitational field, everyone's movements were suppressed. Not many people could dodge this punch. If Ling Zhao hadn't increased his combat power by 70 times, his strength was comparable to a mid-level supreme being's, and he also had the wind attribute, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Ling Zhao dodged the attack by sticking close to the giant fist. His figure bounced toward the gigantic boulder people's waist. His right hand exploded with all his strength and directly punched the gigantic boulder people's lower abdomen. Boom! Although the gigantic boulder people's defense was amazing, its lower abdomen still caved in under Ling Xiao's full-force attack, revealing the stone heart that was flickering with rich earth element energy. This stone heart was the key to nurturing the gigantic boulder people. It was equivalent to the beast core of a spirit beast, but it could be directly absorbed by warriors who specialized in the earth element to strengthen their cultivation. They could also use the stone heart to comprehend the mysteries of the gravitational field. However, it was extremely difficult to take the stone heart from these gigantic boulder people. He was afraid that before he could kill the gigantic boulder people, he would first be smashed into minced meat by the gigantic boulder people and the scorched rocks. Ling Xiao naturally understood this situation from the divine soul memories he had absorbed. As long as he took the stone heart or destroyed it, the gigantic boulder people would be destroyed. Ling Xiao stretched out his dragon claws and directly pulled out the stone heart. However, the gigantic boulder people punched him hard. Fortunately, he had taken out the stone heart a step earlier. Otherwise, he would have taken the brunt of this punch, and his divine body would have been severely injured. Of course, now was not the time for him to be complacent. There were too many gigantic boulder people nearby. It was impossible to destroy them one by one. He had to escape as soon as possible. Another gigantic stone golem attacked again. Another gigantic stone golem attacked Zhao Shi as well. Ling Xiao was surrounded from all sides, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. He could only use all his strength to block the bombardment. Puff! Ling Xiao only felt a tightness in his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His entire body was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Sure enough, this is a place where strangers cannot get close. If this goes on, it will be difficult for us to escape. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Then, while dodging, he also looked at the situation of the others. Dragon Fifth was still fighting these gigantic boulder people with brute force. Yuan Zhantian and the others had the help of his 3 puppets, so they could withstand the pressure. However, the situation was still very dangerous. Looks like I have to fight, Ling Xiao shouted. He put on the mid-tier ancient celestial artifact, the dragon scale armor, that Ling Bo had given him, and summoned his divine soul. His real body wore the dragon scale armor and held the golden dragon spear. Like a god of war, he raised his strength to the extreme and attacked the gigantic boulder people in front of him. Previously, when he entered the chaotic burial space, he was also suppressed by the gravitational field. Now, the situation was even worse than before. He had to use all his strength. Using the advantage of his full speed, the golden dragon spear pierced the stone heart of the gigantic boulder people's abdomen. His divine soul avatar was invisible and could not be discovered by the gigantic boulder people. He could directly approach their lower abdomen and dig out or destroy their stone hearts. In this way, Ling Xiao finally began to move forward. There was some hope of leaving this place. Chapter 1550. Chu Jinlu, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment, that kid is quite strange. He actually managed to destroy 5 giant boulder golems in a row. This is something that even a mid-level supreme being would find difficult to achieve. Chao Tsong also sighed softly. He's only a low-level supreme being, but he can unleash a mid-level supreme being cultivation. Judging from his battle chi, he should be one of Kim people's men. That golden dragon should be his divine beast that protects him. Who cares who he is? With us around, it won't be that easy for them to escape. Xiang Guangming said. It's better to be cautious. Once they really have the ability to break through, we'll strike immediately. Chu Jinlu narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had already summoned his earth attribute holy beast. It was a burrowing sacred mouse. It was not affected much here, and it could even use its speed to escape the attacks of the scorched boulders and giant boulder golems. This was also the powerful trump card that allowed Chu Jinlu to break through this place before he reached the advanced realm. He summoned it now to prevent Ling Xiao and the others from escaping. Ling Zhao's real body and doppelganger worked together and immediately destroyed several giant boulder golems. At the same time, he shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, just focus on attacking their lower abdomens. Don't fight them head-on." Although Dragon Fifth had a body full of strength, it was not worth it to fight head-on with these giant boulder golems. It consumed a lot of energy, and it suffered some injuries as well. It was just enduring the pain. Ling Xiao charged toward Yuan Zhantian and the others. One by one, the giant boulder golems kept attacking him, causing him to suffer a few punches, causing him to feel dizzy. The Diamond Ape King's injuries were not light either. If not for the evolved long-armed Iron Monkey King and his 3 Earth Attribute Supreme Being puppets, it would have been impossible for him to last until now. Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess after advancing to the Supreme Being realm was indeed astonishing. He was actually able to destroy 2 giant stone golems with his own strength. As for the attacks he received, he was able to withstand them with his strong physical body. With the help of his spirit, Ling Xiao managed to get close to Yuan Zhantian. He called out to him, "Enter my apothecary master's body first. Dragon Fifth and I will bring you away." "There's no need. I can hold on. Let's hurry up and move forward." Yuan Zhantian refused Ling Zhao's suggestion due to his unyielding nature. He held the golden rod and swept it in all directions, destroying many scorched stones. Then, he used the golden rod to strike the giant stone man's lower abdomen. Every movement was clean, fierce, and domineering. It was a pity that he was still slightly lacking in terms of strength. If he was at the mid-level supreme martial artist realm, he would definitely be able to sweep away all the gigantic stone men here. Ling Xiao knew Yuan Zhantian's character and did not try to persuade him otherwise. He fought alongside them and moved closer to Dragon Fifth, planning to break out of the encirclement together. At that moment, the Diamond Ape King was once again held back. It was smashed by a boulder golem, causing its flesh to burst open and its wounds to worsen. Yuan Zhantian did not want to give up on it. He picked up the gigantic golem beside it and bombarded it furiously without stopping. "Brother Yuan, don't be impulsive. Put away the Ape King first." Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian regained his composure and followed Ling Zhao's instructions to put the Diamond Ape King into his wrist guard. Without the Diamond Ape King dragging them down, Ling Xiao and the others had already met up with Dragon Fifth. They gradually rushed toward the other end of the gigantic stone men's territory. Dragon Fifth's strength was unparalleled. He had already followed Ling Zhao's instructions and focused on punching the giant stone men's lower abdomen. Every 2 to 3 punches, he would be able to finish off a giant stone man. With him in charge of opening the way, all the pressure seemed to be much lighter. One of the benefits of making Ling Zhao's spirit avatar invisible was that he would never have to worry about being discovered or sensed by his enemies. No matter how powerful these gigantic stone men were, they were still creatures without intelligence. They did not know about the existence of Ling Zhao's spirit avatar, and many of them had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Zhantian and the long-armed Iron Monkey King were in charge of opening the way from the left and right, blocking the scorched rocks thrown by the gigantic stone men. Ling Zhao's 3 puppets were in charge of assisting. Once Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, or Yuan Zhantian were in danger, they would be the first to step forward. Could be said that while they were rescuing Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, and Yuan Zhantian, they were expending their divine power and divine body. Although they were mid-level Earth sovereigns, they were also the ones who had sacrificed the most. All of them unconditionally carried out Ling Zhao's orders, not caring about their own safety in the slightest. Their saint beasts were also covered in blood and flesh, with 2 of them having already fallen. Fortunately, the death of these 2 sacred beasts allowed Ling Zhao's group to pass through more than half of the gigantic stone men's territory. They were not far from passing through the gigantic stone men's territory. "Old Chu, we can't wait any longer. Those gigantic stone men don't seem to be able to do anything to them." Chao Zhenlu shouted anxiously from afar. "I didn't expect these kids to be so capable." "In that case, let's not wait any longer and catch up to them immediately." Chu Zhenlu responded with a frown. Then, he said to his burrowing Saint Mouse, Buddy, let's go and catch up to them. Swish. The burrowing Saint Mouse was still very agile in the gravitational field. It brought Chu Jinlu, Chao Caocong, and Xiang Guangming as it shot toward the gigantic stone men. It relied on its speed to skillfully avoid the scorched rocks and the gigantic stone men's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a considerable distance. However, they could not hope to catch up to Ling Zhao's group without encountering any obstacles. The scorched rain that the gigantic stone men smashed down on them caused the 3 high-level supreme martial artists to make their moves and shatter all of the scorched stones. Their strength had already reached the pinnacle, so their attacks were naturally earth-shattering. They appeared much calmer and more composed. Fortunately, those gigantic stone men did not have any thoughts and did not know what danger was. Therefore, no matter how strong the 3 supremes were, they continued to chase after them. These big fellas are troublesome. Let's give it our all. Chu Jinlu shouted with a frown. As his voice fell, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed even greater divine powers. 3 different elemental powers blasted out from the front, the left, and the right. Rumble, rumble. With the 3 supremes opening a path with all their might, it was extremely fast for them to pass through the gigantic stone men's territory. Ling Zhao's group was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with the gigantic stone men. They were already able to pass through most of the gigantic stone men's territory. As long as they held on for a little longer, they would definitely be able to escape. However, they suddenly felt a frightening aura coming from behind them. The earth-shattering explosions immediately multiplied the pressure on them. "Oh no, they're coming after us," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "At most, we'll just fight it out with them." Yuan Zhantian shouted fearlessly. "No, we're too weak. With these gigantic stone men blocking us, we're definitely going to die." Ling Xiao replied immediately. "But there's no other way now." Yuan Zhantian frowned. Ling Xiao fell silent. He was rapidly thinking about how to resolve the current situation. Dragon Fifth could deal with one of them. If he really used his soul power to attack with all his might, he could definitely deal with one of them. However, how could he deal with the other one? Forget it, let's just fight it out with them. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind after deliberating for a while. "Brother Yuan, you'll be much safer after passing through here. You and the Monkey King should leave first. Wait for me in the Cyan Moon space. I'll stay behind to deal with them," Ling Xiao replied decisively. Then, he looked at Yuan Zhantian and wanted to say something. "You don't have to say anything. I have a way to escape. We still have an unfinished battle." Yuan Zhantian tightened his grip on the golden rod. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then he said to the Monkey King, "Let's go." Yuan Zhantian knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed behind and would distract Ling Xiao. It was better to leave. Perhaps it would really be like what Ling Xiao had said, and Ling Xiao would be able to escape with ease. Ling Xiao got Dragon Fifth to escort Yuan Zhantian a little further while he prepared for battle. "I can't kill any of them with my divine soul doppelganger, so I can only use my soul power to injure one of them and then think of a way to kill the other one. The Earth Attribute Sovereign is the primary target. With him here, the other 2 can easily chase after me. Without him and the Holy Mouse, it will definitely not be easy for them to immediately take me and Dragon Fifth down." Ling Xiao quickly calculated in his heart and called back his divine soul doppelganger. He also stopped tangling with these giant stone men. Relying on his full strength, he retreated continuously. However, his real body strength was still a little weak. He was blocked by these giant stone men and Jiao Shi, making it difficult for him to retreat. If not for the 3 Earth Attribute mid-level sovereign puppets protecting him, he would probably have been injured. The 3 approaching high-level sovereigns had already noticed that Yuan Zhantian and the others had left first. They immediately increased their speed. "Little bastards, you can't escape. All of you, stop!" Chao Tsong roared. "3 old dogs. Come after me if you dare." Ling Xiao simply let go and scolded them angrily. Ling Zhao's words immediately angered the 3. Chu Jinlu's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. "Little bastard. I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse today. I think it's better to turn him into a dried corpse puppet. Xiang Guangming chimed in from the side. As they spoke, they were already within 10,000 meters of Ling Xiao. This was already within their attack range. Chao Tsang was the first to attack. The golden spear in his hand stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. A ray of golden light shot towards Ling Xiao like a rainbow. If it were any other place, this attack would definitely be enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a low-level cultivator. Within his attack range, there was no way he could dodge. However, this was the Jiaoshe space. There were countless pieces of Jiaoshe space, and the giant stone men formed a natural barrier here. Before his attack could reach Ling Xiao, most of its power was blocked by the Jiaoshe space. In addition, the giant stone men took the initiative to counterattack, forcefully intercepting his attack. Chao Tsang was extremely depressed when he saw this scene. Chapter 1551. After escorting Yuan Zhantian and the others for a while, Dragon Fifth once again dashed in Ling Xiao's direction. In his human form, he shuttled through the giant stone men more easily than anyone else. After all, he had 100 times the combat power, which was enough for him to easily escape the gravitational field. Ling Xiao also retreated in Dragon Fifth's direction. He didn't want to leave this battlefield. Although it was disadvantageous to him, it would also restrict the three of them. As long as he used it well, he might be able to kill these three. Of course, if he couldn't kill them, then he and Dragon Fifth would definitely be in trouble. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Chu Jinlu sneered. He finally made his move. The giant stone men here didn't attack him. Instead, they only attacked Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming. He controlled the scorched stones nearby and shot them in Ling Xiao's direction. These scorched stones were like meteorites, extremely fast and terrifyingly powerful. Once hit, there was no doubt that they would become minced meat. It was already too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. Fortunately, the three middle-level incipient god realm puppets beside him attacked at the same time and completely broke this move. Boom! Countless stone chips splashed everywhere. The remaining energy smashed into Ling Xiao, causing him great pain. Ling Xiao continuously retreated. He still had to deal with the giant stone men's attacks. He was puzzled. This guy isn't attacked by these giant stone men? Something's wrong. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that Chu Jinlu had already absorbed a lot of stone hearts. He had petrified himself so that the giant rock golems would feel that they were of the same origin, so they wouldn't attack him. Riding on the burrowing Saint Mouse, Chu Jinlu had already arrived in the vicinity of Ling Xiao. His palms were like demonic hands that could actually control all the scorched stones in the surroundings for his own use, as he launched an attack towards Ling Xiao's three mid-level sovereign realm puppets. These few mid-level supreme martial artists had already suffered considerable injuries, and their divine powers were almost depleted. Now, it was naturally difficult for them to withstand the attacks of Chu Jinlu, a high-level supreme martial artist. Their divine bodies exploded one after another, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The three of them struggled to repair their divine bodies, but the giant stone men mercilessly smashed them into minced meat, killing them completely. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste the three's divine souls. He quickly sucked them over. Kid, you didn't escape. Die. Chu Jinlu was already 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. He clenched his fist, and a palm made of scorched stones flew towards Ling Xiao. This palm was so fast that it reached Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. At this time, Dragon Fifth finally returned to Ling Xiao's side and blocked the palm for Ling Xiao. A dragon fist met the stone palm and instantly exploded into a shocking ball of energy. Ling Xiao also attacked at this moment. His divine soul power condensed into an indestructible golden dragon spear and attacked Chu Jinlu's divine soul. The attack had been enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Godly Hoop. The attack had definitely reached the level of a high-level divine soul attack. Chu Jinlu was about to attack again when he felt an ominous premonition. Before he could understand what was going on, he felt a piercing pain in his divine soul. Ah! He screamed in pain. Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming, who were chasing after him, Tensed up, they hurried over to where he was, planning to protect him. They couldn't let anything happen to him. At this time, Ling Xiao quickly summoned his divine soul doppelganger and rushed over in Chu Jinlu's direction. I must kill this guy, Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. His god soul arrived next to Chu Jinlu just like Chao Tsong and Xiang Guangming. Although Chu Jinlu's god soul was hurt badly, it wasn't fatal. No matter what, he was a high-level incipient god realm expert. His competence was at the peak. Unless Ling Xiao could reach the same realm as him, he couldn't kill Chu Jinlu in a blink of an eye. Chao Tsong and Xiang Guangming were at the same realm as Chu Jinlu, but they didn't notice Ling Xiao's god soul approaching. Go to hell! Ling Xiao's god soul shouted fiercely, and immediately exploded with killing intent. However, at this time, Chu Jinlu's burrowing holy mouse attacked his god soul doppelganger. Squeak! As it screeched, an earthy yellow pillar of light shot out from its mouth. This was a peak mid-stage 11th order burrowing saint beast. The power of its attack was not to be trifled with. Oh no, it found me! Ling Xiao's god soul cursed. He knew that the burrowing holy beast had found him. Holy beasts weren't like humans. They had perceptive senses that humans couldn't compare to. Some of them could actually find Ling Xiao's god soul. Ling Xiao's god soul had to stop the burrowing holy mouse's attack. Who's there? While Chao Tsong and Xiang Guangming were dealing with the giant stone man, they could still sense the commotion around them. The burrowing holy beast wouldn't attack for no reason. Moreover, its attack was blocked. They immediately knew that someone had hidden from their soul consciousness and had come to this area. The burrowing holy mouse was determined not to let Ling Xiao approach Chu Jinlu. Continued to attack him. Xiang Guangming took out a mirror and shouted, "What is it? Show me everything." Swoosh! His mirror shone at Ling Xiao's god soul. A dazzling white light flashed. Ling Xiao already wanted to escape, but he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party's mirror light. His invisible clone was revealed under the other party's divine mirror. When Xiang Guangming saw Ling Xiao's god soul, he immediately said in surprise, "How can it be you?" He saw that Ling Xiao's real body was still over there. Now, he saw another one that was exactly the same as over there. Truly made him extremely shocked. It might be a double. Don't care. Kill it in one go. Chao Tsong roared in alarm. He raised his spear and stabbed at Ling Xiao's god soul. Ling Xiao knew that wanting to kill Chu Jinlu was already impossible, so he immediately summoned his god soul clone back. Chao Tsong's move missed. He immediately watched as Ling Xiao's god soul split into a ball of soul force and disappeared in front of him. He was visibly moved and said, This is a flesh and god soul. Stop shouting. Hurry up and kill them. It won't be a problem to let old Chu recuperate here." Xiang Guangming shouted in alarm. The divine mirror in his hand radiated brilliance and shone in Ling Xiao's direction. Now, this divine light was no longer just a simple reflection. Instead, it contained the attack power of a high-level supreme martial artist. Once hit by it, it would be no laughing matter. This force directly shattered many of the scorched stones, and was already rushing towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth was able to block this power one step ahead of time. "Dragon Fifth, let's retreat," Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth in alarm. The other party had two high-level supreme martial artists. They had no chance of winning at all. If they didn't retreat now, only death awaited them. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Xiao's instructions. He swept to Ling Xiao's side, pulled Ling Xiao and fled at full speed. He had already swallowed the dragon pearl. His power surged, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Countless scorched stones and giant stone golems were sent flying. Damn it! This true dragon is using the power of the dragon pearl. Quick, old Xiang, chase after them. We must make them stay. Chao Caozong shouted anxiously as he chased at full speed. He wanted this true dragon mythological beast the most. If he let it escape, who knew when he would be able to find it again? Xiang Guangming naturally wanted to help Chao Caozong, but without Chu Jinlu and the burrowing holy beast leading the way, not only were they affected by the gravitational field, but they were also bombarded by the nearby scorched stones and giant stone golems. Their speed was greatly affected. By the time the two of them passed through the giant stone golem's territory, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth were nowhere to be seen. "Old Xiao, let's stop chasing. Let's go back and see how old Chu is doing." Xiang Guangming couldn't be bothered to continue chasing. He knew that there would be no results even if they continued, so he suggested this. "No, we can't let them go. Otherwise, it will be difficult to capture them again." Chao Caocong hurriedly replied. "Then you chase after them yourself. That kid has the help of the true dragon. If he really escapes, you and I won't be able to catch up. Why don't we go back and contact the other gang brothers and capture them on the whole domain path?" Xiang Guangming agreed. All right then. Go back and bring old Chu out first. I'll chase after them for a while. If it really doesn't work, we'll go back and meet up." Chao Caocong was still a little unwilling to give up. After agreeing, he continued chasing in the direction that Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had left. Xiang Guangming watched Chao Caocong's departing figure and shook his head. "That kid is very crafty. Old Chu was at a disadvantage, yet you still chased after him. You must have a death wish." Ling Xiao let Dragon Fifth pull him away. Now that they had passed through the giant stone golem's territory, they only needed to avoid the floating scorched stones and they could leave quickly. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to go the same way as Yuan Zhantian. He was afraid that the pursuers would attack Yuan Zhantian and the others, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, he chose to escape in another direction, even further away from the domain passage. After running for a full 3 days, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth finally stopped to rest. There were not as many drifting scorched stones in this area, and the gravitational field was not as obvious. "Let's fight that guy here," Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth. There's only one human. I can deal with him," Dragon Fifth replied confidently. Ling Xiao didn't expect that only one of the 3 high-level supremes would chase after him. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. "We can't be careless. The other party still has a sacred beast to protect them." Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and raised his condition to its peak. At this time, Chao Caocong slowly walked out of the space with a divine spear in hand. Golden light radiated from his body, and he said with a cold expression, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Do you really think that you can escape?" Now that they had not fallen into the illusion formation and were not in the giant stone golem's territory, Chao Caocong was very confident that he could capture and kill Ling Xiao. Subduing the true dragon divine beast was not a problem. Chapter 1552. Hehe, you're really bold. Don't you remember the power of the illusion array? What you're seeing now is an illusion. Ling Xiao smiled at Chao Caocong. Sure enough, Chao Caocong became nervous when he heard this. However, he quickly adjusted himself and said, "Humph, you've been on the run for so many days and you still have the time to set up an illusion array. I'll consider you impressive. Hand over your life." Chao Caocong roared in shock and the spear in his hand shot out at Ling Xiao. The power was so majestic that it pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. No wonder he was a high-level supreme being. Dragon Fifth let out a roar and his body transformed into his true form. The dragon pearl swallowed forward, and a world-shaking power blocked Chao Caocong's attack. What a true dragon divine beast. Submit to me. Only I am worthy to be your master. Chao Caocong admired this mighty true dragon even more now. As he spoke, he summoned his peak mid-tier 11th grade holy beast. This was a golden lion. Its golden fur shone with a dazzling light and its mountain-like body was exceptionally mighty. "Eat that kid for me." Chao Caocong ordered the golden lion to deal with Ling Xiao while he personally fought the true dragon divine beast. Chao Caocong believed that his strength was enough to deal with a true dragon divine beast that was 1 grade lower than him, even if it was using the power of the dragon pearl. But Ling Xiao was only a low-level divine power. Even if he had flesh, blood, and divine soul, he could forget about hurting the golden lion. However, he really didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't just know how to set up an illusion array. His combat strength was unparalleled among those of the same grade. Ling Xiao summoned his divine soul clone again. This time he didn't hide anymore. He charged at the golden lion and used the imperial dragon sky-destroying art to fight it. The blazing heavenly fire made the golden lion extremely uncomfortable, but it was not so easy to deal with. Its lion roar was almost as terrifying as a dragon's roar, shaking Ling Xiao's soul to the point that it almost collapsed. It was just that Ling Xiao wasn't really fighting to the death with his divine soul avatar. This was just a ploy to distract the enemy. The real killing was still on his side. The divine Bodhi bow had already appeared in his hand, and his combat power increased by 70 times. He locked onto the golden lion's aura, preparing to kill it in one strike. Ling Xiao wanted to shoot at Chao Caocong, but he was not strong enough to deal with him. Moreover, Chao Caocong had a high-rank ancient god artifact. It would be a pity if he destroyed his divine Bodhi arrow. Xiao! The powerful green arrow shadow shot towards the golden lion. Chao Caocong sensed that this power was extraordinary. He glanced over and shouted, "Male lion, be careful." He wanted to go over and block the green light, but the divine beast's true body was extremely difficult to deal with. It forcibly blocked his energy path. The golden lion was still fighting with Ling Xiao's divine soul. When it heard Chao Caocong's warning, it also sensed the power of the arrow. It relied on its nimble movements to leap out of the way. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar continued to attack with the heavenly fire, injuring the golden lion several times. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire couldn't even touch its flesh. The golden lion thought that everything was fine after dodging the arrow shadow, but the arrow suddenly turned around and shot towards its rear. Rumble! In the end, the golden lion was still too careless, and the divine Bodhi arrow struck its rear. More than half of its flesh festered, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The golden lion howled in pain. "Damned bastard! I'll kill you!" Chao Caocong roared in fury. He forcefully evaded Dragon Fifth's attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. Dragon Fifth continued to chase after him, but he was still a hair's breadth from catching up. Chao Caocong turned his spear into a staff and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Clang! There was no way Ling Xiao could dodge the power of a high-level Supreme Being's attack. His head took the blow, and his body was smashed into the ground, shattering many charred rocks. This strike could kill anyone below the level of a high-level Supreme Being. However, Chao Caocong could clearly sense that Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. A powerful reaction force appeared above his head, blocking the power of the ancient divine spear. This little bastard really has a lot of good stuff. I must kill him, Chao Caocong said with a greedy expression. At this time, Dragon Fifth attacked again. The power of the Dragon Pearl emitted a heaven-destroying divine might that enveloped Chao Caocong. Chao Caocong had no choice but to turn around to face Dragon Fifth. He planned to cripple this true dragon before he could properly deal with the other little bastard. However, his pitiful golden lion had more than half of its body destroyed. Before it could recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul blasted out the twin dragon wind fiendish dragons, finally breaking through its defenses. The destructive power invaded its body. Roar! Roar! The golden lion was burned and corroded by the destructive power. It was in excruciating pain, causing it to roar incessantly. Chao Caocong was distracted once again. He took a swipe from the dragon's tail and was sent flying. Ling Xiao's real body appeared again. That blow from the staff had scared him so much that he almost lost his soul. If not for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he would have died without a doubt. This Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was his life-saving treasure. Ling Xiao's divine soul attack succeeded, so he didn't attack the golden lion anymore. It could no longer escape the heavenly fire. It was doomed. After his divine soul returned, Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and a stalk of ghost soul grass to recover soul power. A confident expression appeared on his face. "You dare to chase me alone? Then you can stay here forever." Ling Xiao drew out all his soul power. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Shadowless's golden dragon spear pierced through the void and directly attacked Chao Caocong. Chao Caocong didn't know that Ling Xiao knew a soul power attack secret technique. He was also fighting Dragon Fifth. His sea of consciousness had no defense at all. The soul power golden spear pierced through his divine soul. Ah! He clutched his head and screamed. His body immediately lost its ability to attack and defend. Dragon Fifth took this opportunity to wreak havoc and ruthlessly swipe down with his dragon claws. Chao Caocong's divine body was basically torn apart by this powerful strike. Chao Caocong was scared out of his wits. He just remembered that the dead Tong Bai once told him that this kid knew a soul power attack secret technique. How could he forget this? He was already regretting chasing alone. He thought that as long as he could stall this true dragon divine beast and let his saint beast protector eat that little bastard, everything would be fine. Now, he really regretted not stacking his divine body. His divine body quickly recovered, and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to stay here any longer. It's easy to come, but it'll be hard to escape. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to let Chao Caocong escape again. He summoned his ghost and launched a soul power attack at Chao Caocong at the same time. Chao Caocong was injured first, so he wasn't as fast as before. Although his divine soul had entered a defensive state, it was useless against the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghost. His divine soul suffered another heavy blow, and he clutched his head and screamed in pain. This time, his injuries were even more severe. Dragon Fifth chased after him, swinging his dragon tail and sending him crashing into the charred rocks. His divine body began to crack. Dragon Fifth didn't let him go just like that. He continued to chase after him and unleashed another barrage of attacks. Chao Caocong's divine body exploded again and again. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his aura fell to its lowest point. This time, it was impossible for Chao Caocong's divine weapon to take him away. It was firmly suppressed by Ling Xiao and couldn't move at all. After all, it was just a divine weapon. Without Chao Caocong's leadership, it was nothing to be afraid of. Last time, Ling Xiao had only let it escape with Chao Caocong because he'd been careless. Chao Caocong had come alone, but with Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth's cooperation, he'd been beaten to the brink of death. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. 3 mid-grade puppets died, but I've gained a high-grade supreme expert. It's worth it. After saying that, Ling Xiao used the soul-locking spell to restrain Chao Caocong. Ling Xiao finally had a high-grade supreme puppet, which gave him another layer of protection on the domain road. After taking down Chao Caocong, Ling Xiao could finally have a good rest. The continuous battles of attrition were too much for him to bear. He was simply too exhausted. Several days later, not only had Ling Xiao recovered, but his god soul had also reached the peak of the mid-grade. His god soul had reached this level so quickly because he'd absorbed the god souls of many supreme and incipient god realm experts, including Tong Bai's high-level god soul. His god soul had been strengthened quickly. Previously, he'd received the heavenly lightning baptism, which made his energy even purer. 3 days ago, he'd absorbed the god souls of the 3 fallen mid-grade supreme experts. With the help of the soul energy, he'd successfully reached the peak of the mid-grade. After Ling Xiao recovered, he let Chao Caocong eat the ghost soul grass to heal his wounds. Then, he took him, Dragon Fifth, and the ghosts out of the scorched stone space. The area occupied by the scorched stone space wasn't small, and Ling Xiao had chosen a place that was far from the domain road. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to return to the domain road. Along the way, he'd encountered many strong groups of earth attribute holy beasts and some giant stone men, forcing him to fight and run. Of course, he'd also collected many divine blacksmithing materials along the way. They were all rare materials that were hard to find in the outside world. Not only that, he'd also sensed some supreme and incipient god realm experts wandering or cultivating in this area. Of course, they were the earth attribute supreme and incipient god realm experts. They could use this natural environment to become stronger. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had left the scorched stone space and gone to another space area that was even more dangerous. When Ling Xiao sensed the abnormality of this space, they were all involuntarily sucked in by the power of that space. Ling Xiao, Dragon Fifth, and the ghosts weren't ordinary existences, but they still couldn't resist the disturbance of this power. It showed how strange and powerful this space was. Chapter 1553. Whoosh whoosh. In a space where the wind was raging incessantly, a terrifying whistling sound could be heard. The stormy space was the most dangerous space on the East Domain Road. The power of the storm here was abnormally terrifying. It was a storm that had already surpassed the level of a natural disaster. It could sweep up anything in the world and twist them into dust, causing them to disappear in this boundless space. Ling Xiao brought Dragon Fifth and the ghost through the scorched stone space. They didn't know that they had arrived at the intersection of the stormy space and were instantly swept up by the storm. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he'd been in a life-or-death situation. He didn't panic, and he immediately called Dragon Fifth and the ghost back. He couldn't lose them. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he had been in a life-or-death situation. Although they were powerful, if they were lost, their strength would be scattered. The crisis they faced would not be so easy to solve. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to reunite them. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was bewildered by the storm. His god body was in so much pain that it was hard to bear. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was much more abnormal than the average supreme being, he would have been twisted into a pool of blood the moment he fell into this place. Even so, his divine body was still being destroyed by the terrifying power of the storm. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the Dragon Scale Divine Armor. Under the situation of multiple layers of defense, he was able to protect his vital parts and didn't die immediately. F***CK. What the hell is this space? The power of the wind is so terrifying. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He had no control over his body at all and was swept into an unknown space. He struggled with all his might to stabilize his body, but it was of no use. His head was in a mess and his stomach was churning. He almost vomited out his internal organs. Just when Ling Xiao was trying to stabilize his body, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness finally began to display its magical effect. The wind attribute power of the same origin began to add to Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's body to slow down. He was able to stabilize his body and no longer be shaken. At the same time, the congenital chilly wind bead was still absorbing the power of the wind element around it. The bead glowed with a gray light that it hadn't seen for a long time, and it made a strange sound of zhang zhang. It seemed to be extremely excited and greedy. The three alternate creatures that followed Ling Xiao had all obtained opportunities to advance quickly. But among the three, the connate Yin wind bead was lagging far behind. There was no need to talk about the demon phantom heavenly fire bead. It had absorbed a large portion of the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power, allowing it to advance by a large level. As for the tree of immortality, it had obtained a treasure land that was suitable for it to grow naturally, allowing it to take root. On the other hand, the innate Yin wind bead had not advanced in strength for many years. Now, in this stormy space, it had a unique source of wind element power, allowing it to absorb as much as it wanted to become stronger. Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mood to care about the energy it absorbed. The more it absorbed, the greater the benefits it would bring him. Right now, he had to do his best to calm down the dizziness and nausea he felt just now. After a full 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt much better. At this time, he noticed that the nearby storm was wreaking havoc. The boundless wind made this area seem vast and boundless. Basically, he couldn't see anything more than 1,000 meters away. Or perhaps there was basically nothing here. After all, if it wanted to survive in this kind of environment, it was almost impossible for anything to withstand the long-term devastation of this storm. Even a wind element supremacy or living creature could forget about cultivating and becoming stronger in this place. How did I end up in this damned place? If not for the congenital chilly wind bead, I'm afraid I would have been blown to God knows where. How unlucky! Ling Xiao cursed, feeling extremely unlucky. Ling Xiao looked around for a while and then tried to think of a way to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the congenital chilly wind bead seemed to know Ling Xiao's intention, kept sending out signals, as if telling Ling Xiao to stay. It also wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Oh right, in this space there might be a wind element genesis stone. I can search around here and let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy here. After all, if I go out now, I will be watched by the people of the Red Snake Gang. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as an idea flashed through his mind. Although he was in a hurry to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it could still last for 100 years. It had only taken him 3 years to get to the outer domain, so he still had a lot of time. Moreover, even if he returned to the domain path now, he could only escape. It would be better to let this matter pass first and then find other Genesis stones here. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao contacted the congenital chilly wind bead. He couldn't let the congenital chilly wind bead leave his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he would be blown away again. He just let the congenital chilly wind bead know that he wouldn't leave this place for a while, so it could absorb as much of the wind origin energy as it wanted. At the same time, he hoped that it could give him directions to find the place with the densest wind element and see if there was a Genesis stone. The congenital chilly wind bead naturally responded to Ling Xiao immediately. As long as it could stay here and become stronger, it was willing to do anything. Thus, Ling Xiao let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy crazily. It also converted a lot of energy into his divine bridge, allowing his divine power to accumulate bit by bit. This conversion and absorption speed was astonishing. It was dozens of times faster than when he was cultivating in seclusion. The congenital chilly wind bead was like a hungry wolf that was crazily devouring the energy. Heaven and earth treasures like them didn't have any bottlenecks or limitations. As long as there was energy, it could absorb it all. This greatly benefited Ling Xiao. He wanted to completely relax here and meditate for a period of time before anything else. However, this thought flashed in his mind and he didn't do it. Instead, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's senses and walked deeper into this area. Flying here wasn't as difficult as flying in the scorched stone space. The scorched stone space had a gravitational field and the scorched stone space had a terrifying hurricane. As long as he didn't use his divine power to stabilize his body, he would be blown away easily. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be careful at all times. He didn't dare to be careless. Thus, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's guidance and walked aimlessly. He walked for a whole month. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked. Luckily, he was used to such boring days. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure the torture of this harsh environment. Along the way, he didn't find anything. However, the congenital chilly wind bead was infinitely close to advancing. He believed that it wouldn't take long for it to advance. Now, the storm around him was getting stronger and stronger. His physical body was in extreme pain. Even his vision was greatly reduced. He had to squint his eyes from time to time to avoid being cut by the wind blades. If he didn't have the divine dragon scale armor on his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the violent attacks of the storm and would have exploded just by relying on his strong physical body. When will this end? Ling Xiao said bitterly. His consumption of divine power was even greater than when he was in the scorched stone space. If he had only relied on his own divine power, he wouldn't have been able to maintain it for so long. It was all thanks to the connate in wind bead that was constantly absorbing the energy and supplying him with so much divine power. At this time, the congenital chilly wind bead suddenly became extremely fierce. It felt like it had encountered a Z jewel of the same origin. It was a strong reaction of hostility. Ling Xiao immediately tensed up. He thought to himself, could it be that there's a Z jewel here? He looked around, but unfortunately, he could only see within 100 meters. He couldn't see any further. The storm was still fierce, and the wind blades were still as powerful as a peerless master's attack. All of a sudden, a different kind of wind swept out from a direction. This gust of wind was a tornado, but this tornado was not the usual gray or white. Instead, It was golden in color, and it carried with it an incomparably powerful and overbearing force as it charged forward. The wind blades around it roared like a golden dragon. The sharp wind blades were like top-grade ancient god weapons. Anything that came into contact with them would be shredded into pieces. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and the golden wind blades came from far away. This power was much more terrifying than any wind in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's face paled when he saw this. He didn't even think about it before he flew back at full speed. The golden tornado was clearly coming for him. This is definitely the legendary golden dragon berserk tornado. Didn't they say that it only exists in the golden wind space? Why is it here? Ling Xiao's face was dripping with cold sweat. He had absorbed a lot of knowledge from the memories of many supremes, including this legendary top-grade storm. It was a destructive natural disaster that even pinnacle supremes were afraid of. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a mid-grade ancient god weapon. He was also wearing a set of dragon-scale godly armor, which was equivalent to a double layer of defense. However, in this golden dragon berserk tornado, even the dragon phoenix divine hoop might not be able to protect him. Ling Xiao wished he had been born with an extra pair of legs. He retreated in the direction indicated by the Khanate Yin wind bead, pushing all his strength to the limit. The golden tornado was really hot on his heels. It was moving extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was being cut by countless golden wind blades. The dragon-scale godly armor had already started to crack. If the golden tornado got any closer, it would be disintegrated and destroyed. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao was already anxious to the extreme. His divine power had already soared to the extreme. Even the two mutated beads were giving him endless pushing power. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by the golden dragon berserk tornado, another phenomenon appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao, who had already reached a state of despair, wanted to roll his eyes and die when he saw this phenomenon. He still had a chance of survival in this hopeless situation. Now, even the last chance of survival was about to be severed. Chapter 1554. The Golden Dragon Hurricane was one of the most powerful natural disasters in the world, and anyone who encountered it was basically doomed to die. If not for Ling Xiao's Khanate Sinister Wind Bead's warning and early detection of the Golden Dragon Hurricane, he wouldn't have been able to retreat in time. However, he followed the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead's instructions and ran away, only to find himself in a place of true death. In front of him, there was another gale of a different color. This was a true black storm. Balls of extremely rich black energy were imbued with extremely potent corrosive power, and the devastating winds were not inferior to the Golden Dragon raging winds in the slightest. Both of them were giant tornadoes that were over 10,000 meters tall. The Black Hurricane was also heading in his direction. Once the two great hurricanes converged on him, even if Ling Xiao was one of the top existences on the sovereign ranking, he would only be able to become a speck of dust in the middle of the hurricane. The heavens want me dead, Ling Xiao. For the first time, Ling Xiao revealed a look of despair. Ling Xiao had never felt so hopeless before, not even when he was in a dangerous place, or when he was facing a stronger opponent. But just as the two hurricanes were about to reach him, the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead jumped in his consciousness, urging Ling Xiao to rush toward the Black Hurricane. Ling Xiao had no choice but to grit his teeth, close his eyes, and rush toward the Black Hurricane. Ling Xiao was already prepared to face the fate of being corroded and strangled to death. However, when he fell into the Black Hurricane, he didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt as if he was being protected, and his heart instantly relaxed. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a violent impact caused his body to shake violently, just like when he first fell into this space. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, the feeling grew more and more intense, exceeding the scope of a natural disaster, and he directly fainted from the impact. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that this was the result of the battle between the two great natural disasters. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and an incomparably intense pain assaulted his body. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that his entire body was festering, and the dragon scale divine armor was completely cracked and rotten. It had lost all its divine power and didn't have the slightest luster. It's all right. I should thank the heavens that I'm still alive. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly with difficulty. He was already prepared to die, but now it seemed that he really had the fate of a cockroach. To be able to survive by a fluke was really something to rejoice about. Ling Xiao forced himself to circulate the ancient emperor divine art to heal his injuries and figure out the situation here. 2 hours later, he managed to prop his body up and found that the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. As he searched, he discovered to his surprise that it was hovering above his head, radiating waves of wind-attributed origin energy. It absorbed the dense black storm energy to its heart's content, and at the same time, it separated a portion of it to protect his body, not allowing him to feel any jolting or tossing about in this place. Could it be that the black storm won the battle between the two great storms? Ling Xiao guessed. Just as he was about to swallow the divine pellet to recover his divine power and injuries, his eyes were fixed on a floating black carbon stone in front of him. This piece of black carbon looked ordinary and unremarkable, but the storm was blowing around it, and not a single wind blade landed on its body. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked happy. Is this the wind attribute Genesis stone? Ling Xiao had stepped on the territory path to find the wood attribute Genesis stone. At the same time, he hoped to find other attribute Genesis stones along the way. That would be perfect. The stone in front of him seemed to be the Genesis stone. How could Ling Xiao not be happy? But when he looked at it carefully, he felt that it was different from the source stone. He didn't feel the thick wind attribute Genesis power coming from the black carbon stone. Instead, there was a lot of wind attribute Genesis power around it. This was similar to the characteristics of the source stone. At the same time, the wind attribute origin power that was gathering contained another black corrosive power. This power was the same as the black storm that Ling Xiao had seen before. Could it be the black wind divine stone that created the black storm? Ling Xiao's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. The black wind divine stone was a top-grade divine stone that was only inferior to the wind attribute Genesis stone. Could also gather origin power, but its origin power wasn't the purest kind. It contained the special origin power of the black wind's corrosive power. The more Ling Xiao looked at it, the more he felt that it was the black wind divine stone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have formed that black storm. Moreover, he thought of the other golden dragon storm. It was definitely possible that there was another golden dragon wind stone there. These two kinds of divine stones were extremely rare and only existed in legends. In history, they had only appeared once or twice. No wonder the innate chilling wind bead brought me here. It's the same thing as the black wind divine stone. They both have the characteristic of corrosive wind, so I don't have to be afraid of being hurt. Ling Xiao said in realization. At this moment, he was in a good mood. The innate chilling wind bead was absorbing the remaining power of the black storm to evolve. Once it evolved, he would collect the black wind divine stone. That would definitely be a great harvest. If he could find another golden dragon wind stone, the harvest would definitely not be any less than the Genesis stone. It might even exceed the value of the Genesis stone. As for the golden dragon wind stone, to Xiao Jin and Muscle, these metal and wind attribute saint beasts, it was the best top-grade divine item. It could help them transform their bodies and accelerate the absorption of explosive power. Ling Xiao really wanted to collect the black wind divine stone. However, he couldn't leave the protection of the innate chilling wind bead. He could only wait for the innate chilling wind bead to evolve first. By the way, I'm also of the wind attribute. I could make use of the environment here to make myself stronger. Maybe I could adapt to the wind speed here. At the same time, I could increase my speed and use of wind attribute attacks. Ling Xiao was bored, so he decided to quiet down and improve his strength first. After all, he wouldn't be able to leave this place anytime soon. He might as well speed up the accumulation of power. With this plan, Ling Xiao immediately relaxed his body and mind. He operated his divine technique and absorbed all the wind attribute source energy and the power of origin into his dantian. The violent wind attribute energy here wasn't something that ordinary people could absorb. However, Ling Xiao had already fused with the innate chilling wind bead and possessed some of its special powers. He could purify and filter the violent wind attribute energy and transform it into the purest wind attribute energy for him to absorb. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been cultivating here. It seemed like 2 or 3 months, but it also seemed like a year. In short, there was no change of day and night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ling Xiao's realm was originally at the middle stage of the low-level Supreme Master realm. Now, there were signs of him advancing to the late stage. In such an environment where the power was the purest, as long as he could absorb the energy here, it would be much faster than cultivating anywhere else. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He didn't think that he could reach the peak of the low level just by absorbing the energy here, unless he had enough time to continue cultivating here. The innate chilling wind beads still hadn't made a breakthrough. He was a little anxious, afraid that he would miss the time to search for the 9-colored exquisite tree. He couldn't cultivate in peace, nor could he urge the innate chilling wind bead. Thus, he calmed his mind and felt the true characteristics of the wind attribute energy. He wanted to see if he could master a movement technique and attack method like this storm. If he could do that, his movement technique would definitely improve to the next level. He would be able to fight against a mid-level Supreme Master realm without losing. Ling Xiao relaxed his body and mind. He wholeheartedly felt the whistling storm. Speed, wind, all kinds of characteristics kept changing in a cycle. Ling Xiao continued to comprehend, meditate, and deduce. Gradually, he felt as though he had melded into the tempest, becoming a part of it. Following the tempest, he continued to move, blow, and sweep along with it. After an unknown period of time, when Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that he didn't know where he was. He was actually drifting along with the wind speed and wind rate of the storm. He had long charged out of the protection given to him by the innate chilling wind bead. I can actually adapt to the wind speed and wind rate. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, in this moment of absent-mindedness, his body was blown away by the storm again. He flipped over and his body was attacked by strong wind blades. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would definitely be blown away and not know what to do. But now he didn't panic at all. He actually felt that he could control the feeling of being blown away. As long as he moved along the path of the wind, he wouldn't be hurt by the wind blades. He could also use the direction of the wind to fly faster. He could also find the eye of the storm and stabilize his body without being disturbed. Ling Xiao adjusted his body. He stepped on the eye of the storm and used the wind to fly quickly in this area. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Xiao was extremely pleased. He seemed to have turned into the energy of the storm. He could fly freely here and no longer be harmed or disturbed by the storm. At the same time, his speed had increased by more than a few times. In this place, he was simply the real god of wind. He could use the environment here to kill any enemy, even if the enemy was a high-level Supreme Master. Haha! Refreshing? This is the true meaning of the wind, the true extreme wind speed. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. After being pleased with himself, Ling Xiao wanted to go back to look for the innate chilling wind bead. He suddenly felt the presence of the human race nearby. Chapter 1555. The space of storms had always been a space of no return. Anyone who entered this place basically had a slim chance of survival. Those who could escape from this place were top-notch supreme beings, and only those with the wind attribute. Only those with the wind attribute like Ling Xiao, who possessed a unique wind attribute treasure, would be able to avoid the attacks of these storms. Only then would they be able to withstand the effects of these storms. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a trace of the aura of the human race, and these auras were mixed with the storm here. Could it be that there are still people using the environment here to cultivate? Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a puzzled look. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, and decided not to meddle in other people's business. He had enough troubles now, and if he provoked another terrifying existence, it would not be worth it at all. Ling Xiao sensed the direction of the innate Yin wind bead, and took a step forward with the magical wind steps, turning into a part of the storm, and disappeared from the spot. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared, a figure suddenly appeared in the place where he had been standing. This person was a tall and thin old man, with a head of messy white hair fluttering in the wind, covering his face, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. His slender body was wearing a gray robe, and the sleeves of his robe were constantly fluttering. His figure was like a pine tree, and he stood in the storm, not affected by the power of the storm. This kind of feeling of the wind and clouds, even Ling Xiao, who had some understanding now, could not achieve this. He actually slipped away. Could it be that there is someone more familiar with the space of storms than this old man? And the direction he went is the most likely direction of the black storm, simply reckless. The old man said faintly, and then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In this storm, Ling Xiao began to consciously step on the trajectory of the storm, and this speed had far exceeded his original speed by many times. This amazing speed could naturally only be displayed in this unique space. If it was in other places, without the help of these storms, the speed would naturally decline. Ling Xiao's proficiency in this kind of movement technique had already surpassed the realm of his original movement technique, evolving into a more perfect movement technique realm. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This saying isn't wrong at all. Being able to increase my movement speed here is definitely a great harvest. With my current movement speed, coupled with the increase in my combat strength, I should be able to reach the peak of a middle-level supreme martial artist. If I'm here, even a high-level supreme martial artist won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably delighted smile. He continued to run, his movement technique constantly changing his position. These wind blades did not harm him at all. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao returned to the location of the innate Yin wind bead. At this time, it finally began to advance. Countless black storms constantly surged towards it, and the other wind forces in the vicinity were all devoured by it. Under its all-out absorption, another giant storm was formed, just like the black storm that Ling Xiao had seen before, except that its power was slightly weaker than the black storm, and could be considered a simplified version of the black storm. Ling Xiao could also feel that these black wind blades contained an incomparably dense corrosive power. This corrosive power was definitely enough to make any supreme martial artist afraid. Once touched, it would be impossible to get rid of it easily. This meant that the innate Yin wind bead's death chi had completely advanced, and just like the demon heavenly fire bead, it had reached the stage where it could threaten a supreme martial artist or an incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao did not approach the innate Yin wind bead, and let it advance on its own. After it advanced, it would be the time for him to harvest it. Now, his gaze shifted to the black wind divine stone not far from him. It was the only one that was not disturbed by the innate Yin wind bead, and was still quietly floating there. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing as he said, "If I don't harvest it now, when will I?" The black wind divine stone could not create a black storm at any time. For it to create a natural disaster tornado, it had to accumulate and evolve over a long period of time. It had already consumed tens of thousands of years of energy to fight against the Golden Dragon storm. It was impossible for it to create another black storm in a short time. Ling Xiao effortlessly collected it into the cauldron. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao walked around the area to see if he could find the Golden Dragon Wind Stone. However, he could not find it after searching everywhere, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Forget it. I will look for it after the innate Yin wind bead advances. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and then returned to the vicinity of the innate Yin wind bead. At this time, the innate Yin wind bead finally completed its advancement. From the original gray bead, it had turned into a pure black bead. The strong black wind that it emitted was extremely strange and evil. As Ling Xiao approached, the innate Yin wind bead happily circled around Ling Xiao a few times, and then disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Swoosh swoosh. When it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it began to feed back a large amount of energy to Ling Feixiao. Ling Xiao already knew that this would happen, and immediately entered a state of full acceptance. Without a doubt, the energy feedback from the innate Yin wind bead was extremely powerful. It directly allowed Ling Xiao to break through to the low-level Supreme Being realm, and was only a step away from the mid-level Supreme Being realm. As for the strength of his spirit, it was also strengthened. Although it could not break through to the high-level Supreme Being realm with the help of this energy, it was extremely close. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to break through and become stronger so quickly was definitely related to the two strange beads in his sea of consciousness. Very good. As long as I consolidate it for a period of time, I can break through to the next level. Ling Xiao clenched his fist and smiled excitedly. Then, he asked the innate Yin wind bead if it could still sense the existence of the golden dragon violent wind, or the aura that was close to it. The innate Yin wind bead was naturally very sensitive to energy of the same origin. It was naturally easy for it to find things related to the wind attribute here. In addition, its strength had increased greatly, and it was extremely confident. It then directed Ling Xiao to a direction. After flying for a while, Ling Xiao finally saw the golden dragon wind stone that he had been waiting for. It was in the shape of a dragon, and it was flickering with incomparably sharp metal wind, making it difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Fortunately, its energy has already dissipated, or else I really wouldn't be able to keep it, Ling Xiao said in satisfaction. With this golden dragon wind stone, it would be of great benefit to him, Xiao Jin, and Muscle. Ling Xiao absorbed the metal wind energy in the vicinity, and then kept the golden dragon wind stone. These two top-notch divine stones added together were even more precious than the wind attribute Genesis stone. Ling Xiao had mistakenly fallen into this space storm, and all the gains he had obtained were really immeasurable. It was a peerless opportunity that even the peak supreme beings would be amazed by. As long as Ling Xiao used these two divine stones as his foundation, and found a place to cultivate for 10,000 years, he would definitely become a true peak supreme being. He would be able to fight against the universe, and no one would be able to defeat him. After all, these two divine stones could allow him to congeal the black storm and the golden dragon violent wind. The attacks of these two types of wind energy were incomparably powerful within the same level. However, if Ling Xiao really wanted to do so, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to come to the outer domain to find the Genesis stone. After Ling Xiao kept the two divine stones, he searched the space storm again, and unexpectedly found some rare wind attribute items. However, compared to the two divine stones, these items were far less valuable. But for a divine king or supreme being with the wind attribute, these items were good items that were hard to find. After staying here for about 1 or 2 years, Ling Xiao finally let the innate Yin wind pearl guide him to leave this place and return to the domain path. I don't know how Brother Yuan is. I hope he's all right. Ling Xiao was worried about Yuan Zhantian's safety, and he flew at full speed towards the outside of the space storm. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally felt that the power of the wind in the space storm had greatly weakened. Perhaps he had already reached the periphery of the space storm. The power of the wind here was much weaker compared to the depths, but it was still very strong for ordinary people. Once someone fell into this place, they would be swept into the depths like Ling Xiao. Unless there was a wind attribute supreme being like him who had a strange object to protect his body, or a wind attribute supreme being who had a deep understanding of the path of the storm, there was no way one could be safe here. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to go out, he suddenly discovered that someone was chasing him from within the space storm. Moreover, that person's speed was peerless. In just a breath's time, he was already within 1,000 meters of him. Who could be so terrifying? Ling Xiao thought to himself, and immediately became vigilant. Those who could walk around here were naturally extraordinary people. He suspected that it was the person he had sensed before. Just as he paused for a moment, that person finally appeared in front of him. This person was the old man who had appeared before. His silver hair was fluttering in the wind, and there was a calm expression on his face. From his facial features, one could vaguely see the shadow of his youthful and handsome appearance. His tall and thin figure was as straight as a pine tree, and he leisurely strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Ling Xiao looked at this person, and his heart was incomparably shocked. He couldn't clearly see what realm this person's strength had reached, and he gave off a vast and unfathomable feeling. Not only that, the innate wind bead in his sea of consciousness sent him a message, saying that this person had a wind attribute unique treasure on him, just like him. Such a young lad can actually be like a fish in water here. It's really rare. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said in a surprised voice, "Fortunately, he's not an enemy." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, and after bowing to the old man, he planned to leave first. "Lad, wait a moment," the old man called out. "What's the matter, my lord?" Ling Xiao tried to lower his posture as much as possible, and at the same time he was secretly on guard. "Lad, don't be nervous. I'm just curious that you can survive in this space storm. It's really an anomaly. You should have a wind attribute unique treasure on you, right?" The old man smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Could it be that this lad really doesn't know me, Feng Qingyang?" Chapter 1556. Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so direct, so he decided not to hide it. After all, with the old man's strength, hiding it would only make the old man feel disgusted, so he might as well admit it and see what the old man wanted. "You're right, my lord. I do have a way to survive in this storm. Please excuse me, my lord." Ling Xiao replied. I thought you wouldn't dare to admit it. But then again, other than this rare treasure, you must have gained a lot from this place as well. I can't believe you've mastered the stormy body technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk around this place so easily with your strength." Feng Qingyang laughed. "I did gain something. If there's nothing else, my lord, I'll take my leave." Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Storm body technique? That's not a bad name. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Are you afraid that this old man will steal your treasure?" Feng Qingyang said with some displeasure. In the eastern region, there were many people who wanted to talk to him, but he was disdainful. Now that he had lowered himself to talk to this kid didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why would I? It's my honor to know you, my lord. But I have urgent matters to attend to in the blue moon space. So, please forgive me." "Oh, so you mean you know me?" Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. "Haha, my lord is extraordinary. Your divine power is unparalleled, and your strength is boundless. I know that my lord is an old senior who has been famous for a long time. This kid has only just started his career, so his knowledge is limited. Naturally, I can't look up to your mighty deeds. Haha, you're an interesting kid. In the end, you still don't know me. Good, that's good," Feng Qingyang said excitedly. Then he added, "You want to go to the blue moon space, right? Come, I'll go with you. It's also on the way there. I haven't talked to anyone for so many years, and it would be good to get to know an interesting kid like you." Ling Xiao didn't expect the old man to be so thick-skinned as to want to go with him. He thought to himself, "Is there something wrong with this old man's head? Does he really think he's some kind of peerless character?" Ling Xiao only dared to despise him in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. With a smile on his face, he said, "It is my honor to travel with Sir. At least you know what's good for you. If it weren't for the fact that you could comprehend the storm movement skill, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. Let's go. Let's see how far your movement skill has progressed." Feng Qingyang responded and began to dash out of the spatial storm with the same movement technique as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the old man's almost perfect movement technique and felt an itch. He also burst forth with all his strength and chased after the old man. An old man and a young man dashed through the stormy space, transforming into a gust of wind that drifted erratically and was as swift as a gale. "This old man is so fast. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to him." Ling Xiao secretly admired him. Feng Qingyang still had his hands clasped behind his back and looked very relaxed, but his speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. However, Feng Qingyang was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could keep up with him. Although I've slowed down, this kid can still keep up with me. He must have comprehended the essence of the storm movement skill. It's no wonder he can walk freely in this space. He's much more promising than my good-for-nothing disciples. After flying for an unknown period of time, the two of them dashed out of the spatial storm one after another. Haha, this feels great. Kid, you're not bad. Feng Qingyang laughed as he steadied himself. Ling Xiao also stopped and panted a little as he said, Sir's speed is indeed unparalleled. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Initially, he thought that after comprehending the profound meaning of storm, his speed in the spatial storm would be comparable to that of a high-level supreme being. Unexpectedly, the old man in front of him showed him that there was always someone better out there. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who could obtain opportunities that others couldn't. Others could also obtain opportunities that belonged to them. Stop flattering me. By the way, what's your name, kid? I wonder where you're from to be able to cultivate a little monster like you. You're not even 200 years old, but you've already achieved such a level of cultivation and comprehension. Feng Qingyang praised. My name is Ling Xiao. I'm just a nobody from a newly established extraterritorial sect. I'm not worthy of your attention. Ling Xiao replied. The name matches well with your face, you little brat, Feng Qingyang said. Hee hee. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know how you should address me? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Since you don't know me, I won't tell you. You'll know in the future, Feng Qingyang said. He then added, Let's go. We're quite a distance away from the blue moon space. Let's talk as we travel. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The Blue Moon Space was a relatively famous space on the East Territory Road where the extraterritorial residents lived. That place was much bigger than the Heaven area. The competence of the people there was much stronger than the Heaven area. It was the place where many incipient God realm experts from the antiquity time had migrated to live. At the same time, it was a famous space where the experts from outer space gathered and rested. At the same time, many large gangs gathered in the Blue Moon space and used it as their base of operations. The Red Snake Gang didn't have as many forces there as they had rooted their roots in another space. Therefore, when Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to leave, he asked him to go to the Blue Moon space. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being marked by the Red Snake Gang, and it would be less dangerous. From afar, the Blue Moon space was like a blue moon, incomparably resplendent and dazzling. When Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang to the front of the space barrier, he already wanted to fight with Feng Qingyang. Along the way, this old man had talked so much that Ling Xiao's ears were about to grow calluses. Ling Xiao suspected that this old man hadn't talked to anyone for thousands of years. He kept talking like a gossipy woman. I say, Ling boy, what are you doing in the extraterritorial space? Although you can protect yourself with your speed, it's easy to offend people if you don't have any backing. Why don't you join our Qingfeng Alliance? I guarantee that you will be unimpeded wherever you go on the space road. Feng Qingyang suggested. Haha, thank you, my lord. I will definitely take the test seriously. What? My lord, you said you are from the Qingfeng Alliance? Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to reply perfunctorily, but when he suddenly thought of the three words, Qingfeng Alliance, he was shocked. The Qingfeng Union was one of the top alliances and gangs in the East region. It was also the largest organization in the Cyan Moon space. The Red Snake Gang's strength was not just a little bit weaker than theirs. They were not on the same level at all. This was why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the old man say that he was from the Qingfeng Alliance. Looks like you've heard about our Qingfeng Alliance. How about it? Do you want to join us? I can give you a special treatment. You don't need anyone to vouch for you or pay the entrance fee. Feng Qingyang said with a smug look. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to reply to Feng Qingyang, he sensed many powerful auras rushing in their direction. These people were obviously rushing to the green wind space just like them. Ling Xiao saw two familiar faces among these people. They were Chu Jinlu and Xiang Guangming, who had chased after him before. It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Xiao looked away and cursed in his heart. He wanted to run away immediately, but that would attract more attention. He might as well use Feng Qingyang's figure to avoid their line of sight and see if he could escape this calamity. However, Feng Qingyang had a loud voice and did not care about anything else. He seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's strange behavior and immediately shouted, "Little Ling, why are you hiding? They are just members of the Red Snake Society. What are you afraid of?" Feng Qingyang's words immediately attracted the attention of the people who were rushing towards them. Chu Jinlu was the first to shout, "Who dares to look down on the Red Snake Gang?" When he finished speaking, he saw Ling Xiao and shouted angrily, "So it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to really escape to this place. There is no door to hell, but you still insist on barging in. Today you will pay for hurting me." Chu Jinlu ignored Feng Qingyang and rushed towards Ling Xiao. His aura locked onto Ling Xiao. "H*T. I've still been discovered," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He ignored Feng Qingyang and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Although his speed was much faster than before, it was only equivalent to the speed of a peak middle-level supreme martial artist. There was still a gap between him and a high-level supreme martial artist. When Chu Jinlu discovered him, Xiang Guangming and the others also noticed Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the two high-level supreme martial artists and the other supreme martial artists chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was unable to break free from Chu Jinlu and Xiang Guangming's encirclement. He was blocked in this space and had no way to escape. "Kid, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after not seeing you for so long. Today, I will let you know the consequences of hurting me." Chu Jinlu hated Ling Xiao to the core. He was a high-level supreme martial artist, but his spirit was unexpectedly injured and he was almost killed. If it wasn't for the help of others, he would have died. Therefore, he would not let go of Ling Xiao when he saw his enemy. After saying that, he raised his battle axe and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot with one move. "Humph. It's not that easy to kill me." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and summoned his people. High-level supreme martial artist Chao Tsong, Dragon Fifth, the Ghost, and a dozen supreme martial artists at the incipient God Realm. The number of these people was not any less than Chu Jinlu's people, and they were not much weaker either. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. The only advantage Chu Jinlu's side had was Xiang Guangming, a high-level supreme martial artist. As soon as Chao Tsong appeared, he immediately blocked Chu Jinlu's attack. At the same time, he counterattacked Chu Jinlu. "Old Chao, why is it you? Are you crazy? Stop!" Chu Jinlu shouted in shock. "You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.